Okay, hi everyone. We're gonna give it a couple minutes to let people file in. I know it's just the end of the workday here on the West Coast, so we may need a couple minutes for people to show up. You also might have noticed and I'll announce this again. You also might have noticed the maturity warnings on today's stream. Cinderella's Castle is a mature rated show, which does have sexual content, simulated violence, and adult humor in it. And I just figured, we'll rate the stream accordingly just in case. But I am so excited to talk through Cinderella's Castle today and discuss making props and working for Team Starkid on this show. So I'm gonna do my little tweet about it, skeet about it, tumble about it, and get some more people in here before we start the show proper. But hello to those of you who are here right on the dime. How's everybody's day been? I'm very excited. This is the first time that we've had a Twitch layout. I bought a Twitch layout and I'm very excited about it, and I believe this is the first time that stream is showing up on chat, so I feel like a real streamer finally. After 5 years of doing this. Ugh, I can hardly believe it also. Okay. I am really excited. The show was a lot of fun to work on. So I am really happy to go through it and go through a lot of my happy memories for it. Kat says, my day's been good. Out of work, sick. Oh no, but you got a lot of reading done. What have you been reading? I just read an old Star Wars Legends book that I remember loving as a kid. And so I got it on Audible today, and it was really short. So I ended up listening to it all today. It was the Truce at Baccarat, which is a book that covers like from the day after Return of the Jedi. And it's like Han, Luke, and Leia's like they can't rest a second. They're jumping into their next mission right away. It's really good. All right, I've blue skied about it. Now I got a tweeter about it. Ugh. I guess I should have done this before I hit start on the screen, but Cat Lol says, I'm gonna be honest, a lot of fanfic. And ooh, that sounds like fun. Oh, hi Jess, thanks for coming. So one of the reasons why I read this book is I went out to drinks with a friend yesterday, and we were talking about all of the fan fictions we'd been reading, and I was telling her about the old Star Wars extended universe book, which are basically an agreed upon timeline, but a bunch of different authors writing pretty much authorized Star Wars fan fiction. And I love the old extended universe. I wanted to read my old favorites again. Okay, so I'll get talking in like the next couple minutes, and then we'll hopefully start the show by like around 6:45. We aren't gonna watch the show straight through. Instead of talking over it, I am going to pause it whenever a prop comes on stage and just talk about it. So who knows how long this stream could go? Maybe we'll be really efficient and it'll be over in 4 hours. But knowing the way I gab, not likely. Okay. Look, my sister's here. Hello, Schwester. Welcome to the stream. All right, you guys, last one. Now I just got to post on Tumblr, and then we're ready to go. I would have done this earlier, but I was working. Catwall says, such a mood. I used to own this giant book full of Star Wars art commissions, and if I recall correctly, it also had a lot of info about the Star Wars Extended Universe. It was always super interesting. It was! Emily, I was just telling chat that I listened to Truce at Bakura today. I got it on Audible, and it's a really quick audiobook. It's only like 3 hours, but it had music to it, it had sound effects to it. It was really great. Okay, let's put up this link on Tumblr's. This is so exciting. I haven't streamed in months. Why? Sadness. I've been working, and I haven't been doing personal projects the way that I have been in the past, but I'm hoping to get back into it. Especially now that I have a cool overlay. I got this overlay set on Etsy for $20, and I love it. There's also like little animated elements to it. Oh, Senora Luna says, Megan, your hair looks so nice. Thank you. I grew it myself. Okay. So raise of hands in chat. How many of you have seen Cinderella's Castle already? Or I guess, have any of you not seen Cinderella's Castle before? You have no idea what this show is. You followed me for something else entirely. Evil Pansy says, I've seen it multiple times. Senora Luna says, me, it was fucking awesome. And yes, my sister has seen it. Thank you to my sister. But Kat says, I've not heard of it before today. Oh, Kat, you're in for a treat. I'm sorry you're getting the commentary version first. So I was props master on this show. So before we hit play, I am going to be explaining how I got this position and what it was like working on this show. And then we will play the pro shot of the musical through on YouTube. And I will be pausing the show when we get to each of my props and talking about some of the construction methods I used for each of them, and like which ones were easier and which ones took longer and which ones I thought would be on stage more than they were. There's one prop in particular that originally was going to have a long time sitting on stage, and so I put a lot of time and effort into this prop. Think of this as a teaser. Yes, Jess, this is being recorded. This is going to be recorded and the stream's going to be saved. So there's this one prop, and I'll tell you when we get to it, that we had originally discussed it staying on stage for a long time. But then it ended up being only on stage for like 3 seconds in a very dark scene. So that one's very funny. So there's one prop that was like most effort to the least screen time. There is another prop I'm going to talk about that is like fastest turnaround. It's like the last prop that I made, fastest turnaround. And then there are a couple like special last minute props that weren't on the original list that I was like, oh, I can do that, no problem. And they all came together. Okay. So here we go. Cinderella's Castle. All right. Now everybody, now all of China knows I'm streaming. I hope. Okay. So, hello everyone, and welcome to this special stream talking about working on props for Cinderella's Castle. As you can see here, I have one of the props from the show. It is broken. This prop, This prop went through a lot of wear and tear because the narrator uses it at the beginning of each show. However, I did support the Kickstarter ahead of time to be the person who got this prop. So I'm just like, oh yeah, I'll just fix that for myself later. So I do have this little piece of the tea somewhere. I did not make this prop. Eggington Toast, welcome! I did not make this prop, but when the Kickstarter went up, I was not involved with the show once the Kickstarter started. I ended up messaging Nick during the course of the Kickstarter to ask if they wanted anything. But I remember I was going to Disneyland the day that the Kickstarter began. And I remember specifically being on the escalator as the Kickstarter opened, seeing that this was one of the options, and immediately backing the tier where I got to keep this prop. So this is a beautiful leather notebook that I believe Matt purchased, Matt Lang, and then he 3D printed this title and painted it gold. So this is like a metallic kind of paint on it. I remember he was telling me about how difficult it was to find a paint that was like the right color gold. But here's a good teaser for the inside. This is actually the dialogue that you'll hear the narrator speak at the beginning. But then the rest of the journal is a sketchbook. So someday I would love to fully illustrate this with Cinderella's castle artwork. But until then, it's special, and I'm trying to decide, how I want to start it and how I want to do it. So I'm going to start out telling you my history with Team Starkid and how I got the position of working as props master on Cinderella's castle. So I've been a fan of Starkid for an age and an age. One of my college roommates, Britta, shout out to Britta, introduced me to their very earliest stuff. So I got into Starkid around the time Holy Musical Batman went up online. And I watched pretty consistently up until, I think, 2016. I missed the summer of Trail to Oregon and Annie because I was graduating from college that year and was desperately trying to get a job in animation. So around 2016, I fell off. So I wasn't part of the Kickstarter for Firebringer, which is like a huge regret of mine because I wish I'd supported that show. So anyway, I ended up moving out to California in 2016, having gotten a job as a storyboard revisionist in the animation industry. And around 2017, I started working with my friend Kelly Lynn D'Angelo, doing costume designs for her musical, Starry. So I did both script and story notes and costume design for the Rockwell run of Starry the Musical. There were a couple star kids who were in the cast. Jamie Lynn Beatty and Jeff Blim were both in the cast for those early runs of Starry. That is where they met Mariah Rosefaith Casillas, and that's also where they met Matt Dahan, who wrote the music for Starry. So because of working with them that summer on Starry, I found out that they would be staging a musical later that year called The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, that Jeff wrote the music and lyrics for, and Matt Dahan would be the music director for. And so I went to go see The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals, and I imprinted upon that show like a baby duck. That is my favorite of all of Starkid's musicals. I love The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. And my little claim to fame for that first run of it is I am in the audience when Paul and Emma are doing their crowd work at one point, so you can actually see me in the original run of The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals. This is also where I shout out that they are restaging The Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals this year. There are 10 days left on the Kickstarter. It has reached its initial goals, but as much funding as they can get, I want them to have. So this is not They didn't ask me to say anything. I'm not affiliated with that. I mean, I'm affiliated with the Kickstarter because I designed some merch for them, but that's spoilers for this story. Anyway, I really love this show and I want it to get funded and I want it to do well. So I saw the guy who didn't like musicals and I just started doing fan art. Hi, Sam. Welcome. I did specific fan art of Guy. I did some I did an Al Hirschfeld style drawing because Jamie Lynn Beatty, who I'd met through Starry, she and I had spoken a lot about Al Hirschfeld and like his Broadway art. So I remember making a Al Hirschfeld style caricature of the entire cast to like celebrate the opening of Guy. When the Black Friday Kickstarter happened, I supported that Kickstarter, and then I was doing independently. On social media, I'd be like, hey, if you guys donate this much, I'll do Starkid requests. And I didn't get through all of them, but as I was doing all of these Starkid requests, several other members of the team who'd seen my art for Guy Didn't Like Musicals, they ended up seeing my Black Friday art. And so when the Starkid 10th Kickstarter happened, I got commissioned to do a piece. Actually, no, I think it was volunteer at this point. I volunteered to do a piece for, maybe it was paid? I can't remember. I'm sure they compensated me. They've been really, really good about that every time I've worked with them. But they asked me to do a calendar piece for the Starkid 10th Kickstarter. Because at that point they had 12 musicals, and so there was going to be a piece of art in the calendar for every musical that they had done. And I reworked one of my Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals fan arts to be in that calendar. And then they said, hey, we know Black Friday isn't out yet, but we don't have an artist for the Black Friday calendar piece either. Would you like to do that? And now Black Friday hadn't come out yet, but we'd seen the teaser. And so we'd seen the doll and we'd seen the teaser. So Real Rachel's actually has that calendar. Okay, so if you look at November and December, that's my artwork. So around the time the 10th anniversary happens, they made a stretch goal that they were going to make Workin' Boys the musical, the short film. And then I got commissioned to do artwork that was going to go into the Black Book. So as I was talking with Matt and Nick about art that was going to go in the Black Book, I believe their original plan was to, buy a journal like this and then have my art printed and then pasted into the book. And then I said, would you like me to make a prop of the whole book? And then COVID happened and lockdown happened. So what I thought was going to be a couple months, the Working Guys short film obviously got delayed, but that was good because I ended up having more time to make this spell book from scratch. So I'd done art commissions for Starkid, and I'd now done a full prop commission for Starkid. The story for the Working Boys short film got rewritten. Hi, Skeptical Mario. I'm so happy you're here and that you can listen to this background chatter. So the story to Working Boys short film got rewritten, so the Black Book wasn't needed as a prop there any longer. However, it did show up in the Nightmare Time shorts. And then to my huge delight, because I supported the Kickstarter for Nerdy Prudes Must Die, when Nerdy Prudes happened, I found out when I went to go see it that the Black Book is a prop in Nerdy Prudes. And that was so cool to be in the theater and see something that I had made on stage. So thank you so much for listening to this story. So when Cinderella's Castle got announced next, I texted them and said, hey, I had a great time making the Black Book. Do you, and by them, I mean I texted Nick Lang and Matt Lang, some of you are new to Starkid. Nick and Matt have written nearly every Starkid show, and they've directed nearly every Starkid show. So they wrote, and then Nick directed Cinderella's Castle. So I texted Nick, and I said, hey, do you need help with, would you like me to make any of the props for Cinderella's Castle? And he said, would you like to make all of them? And I said, yes. So I came aboard Cinderella's Castle as the props master. Cover up my contact info on this. So here's my binder. I think they actually gave me an official binder as well with the script and stuff in it. So process for doing this show. I got the script ahead of time, and everyone on the creative team got to attend the first cast read through, which was absolutely delightful and so wonderful. I gotta say, positive experience working with Starkid from start to finish. The funniest was like sitting in this first read through, because I'd been a fan of the show for so long, and I'm the sort of person that watches what I love over and over and over. So I do remember distinctly getting jump scared, making eye contact in the room with a few members of the team that I hadn't met before, because I'm like, oh, they're real. They're not on a screen. Oh, this is kind of weird. But I think I played it cool. I should also mention in there, I also was in a stage show with John Madison. We did a like backyard version of Macbeth. So, and like I said, I also did Starry with a couple other people. So it wasn't a room full of complete strangers. I was cool and friends with some of these people ahead of time. But, as I read through the script, I made a list of what I spotted were all of the props. And then I had a meeting with Nick, the director, and we went through the list I had made and a list he had made. Luna, to answer your question, who were you in Macbeth? I was witch number 2. So I was one of witch number 1's backup dancers, basically. John, of course, played Macbeth. And I am not afraid of saying the name because I'm not in a theater, I'm just in my house. Although, according to Shakespeare, all the world is a stage. But if we could never say the name of the show, then, like, how would anyone know what we're talking about? Fine. The Scottish play. So I made a list of all the props, and you can see the color here was me just dividing the show into sections so I could break it down smaller. And then I also, on my little spreadsheet, I decided the complexity of each prop. I gave each of them a score from 1 to 5, 1 being the easiest to do and 5 being the most time consuming. And then I also just decided ahead of time, some of these props I'm not going to make. I'm just going to purchase, I'm going to purchase them and maybe paint them up and texture them to match. So there were a number of props. You can see the stuff that's crossed through. These were props that were either cut from the show or 2 items were combined to do the same thing. For example, there was a call for a flower wreath to go on a grave at the end of the show. And you will see as we watch it that instead of the flower wreath, it was decided that someone would leave behind a piece of armor instead. But enough of this initial chatter. We are going to get started streaming Cinderella's castle. And then as the different props themselves come on stage, we're going to talk about it. So, besides doing props, I was also on the run crew. I helped backstage over the course of the show. And just before the show started, due to a last-minute conflict, the original wardrobe supervisor could not be a part of the production. And so they asked me, because I had been doing some work with the costume designer, you'll see some of our props have a crossover between costuming and props. Because I had been working with her, they asked me if I'd be willing to step in as wardrobe supervisor. So I felt fairly confident in my role as props master. Wardrobe supervisor was something I had never done or never worked on. But basically, it involved doing the laundry. It involved washing costumes every single night. And here's a fun bit of trivia. And I don't know why this is, but for part of Joey Richter's costume, he had a pair of brown socks. And those brown socks were my nemesis because we didn't have backups for them, and I kept almost losing one. Like, I would always have to triple check the inside of the washer to make sure this like sock came, or when I was folding and hanging the laundry, I could only find one of them, and I was just convinced by the end of the run I was gonna lose one of Joey's particular brown socks that costuming had provided. I never did, though. I definitely misplaced costumes. There was one night where I had to drive to the theater and I had forgotten a costume and I had to drive back, but everything worked out in the end. We'll talk a little bit more about that as the play goes as well. But let's get started with Cinderella's castle. So I'm going to put on this new part of my Twitch overlay. Oh my gosh, how exciting. And then I'm going to, okay, let's see if I do this right. Hey, oh, whoops. Chat is over my face. I forgot that. No, I don't want to make it smaller. All right, just a sec. We're going into the depths of my new overlay and we're shortening chat. There we go. Do you know what? Close enough. Close enough. Here we go. Let's go back to the beginning. For those of you who came into the stream a little later and haven't seen it, Cinderella's Castle is an adult retelling of Cinderella. There are suggestive and sexual themes throughout the show, adult language, and simulated violence. So, as a heads up, that is kind of what the rating of the show should be. Sam, I did not make this overlay myself. I did purchase this overlay on Twitch from, I believe the account's called Solitaire. I'm going to look it up and I'm going to tell you guys because I love this Twitch. Oh, Starkid Art on Etsy. And I love it so much that I've always been saying, oh, I'm going to make a Twitch overlay. And for years I never have. So I'm like, you know what? I'm going to find it. So I've just put in chat, Starkid Art on Etsy. This Twitch overlay has like a bunch of different options and animations. And it was $20 for like all these different elements. Great deal. Check them out. They have a lot of different themes. I'm going to shrink up chat just a little more because that is bothering me. There we go. Now you fit. Okay, here we go. Cinderella's Castle.
There's a castle on a hill, as the story goes, and there's secrets in the stone across the moon. In the halls the shadows creep. Are they echoes in the keep? Or are they ghosts? Or are they ghosts? Let's go. Secret passageway where shadows dance and play. You gotta buy wonder. You gotta buy wonder. In the realm of fantasy, it's sort of a factory for stories that shatter and who really loved her. Let's go! There's a castle on a hill, as the story goes, and it watches over us from across the moat. There are tales in those walls. Are they true or are they tall? I need to know. I need to know. Comedy or tragedy, will it ever after happily? You're starting to wonder. Yeah, you're starting to wonder. A queen in his vanity, a beast in his agony. Is he outnumbered? Will the kingdom shun her? If they let the drawbridge down, maybe we can spy just a glimpse of the Starkids and their design. Who sits upon a throne? Will they draw a sword from stone to decide? Will they let us inside? There's a castle on a hill, as the story goes, watches us from its gloomy tower, and its archers draw their bows across the moat. I fall before the fortress, I worship its sheer size. For the balance it must hide, I need to know. Will I ever know? Will I ever know? Will I ever know? Will I ever know? The bridge is coming down! There's a
That opening number is so good. I love it so much. So, on the day of the show, what my schedule would be like is I would be finishing up laundry from the night before. Asterisk, more about that later. In particular, I would be making triple sure that the items that were hang dry or were like hand dry only would be done in time for the theater. There was one performance in the string of 8 performances. I had one performance where the dryer didn't work, and so I had to bring the costumes wet to the theater, and it was just me. This was listen, I'll tell you guys, it was the first Saturday matinee, which was just, it was kind of a cursed performance all around. Like, a lot of things ended up going wrong, and I feel like I was the first big thing that went wrong that day. So I had a number of costumes that came damp to the theater, and it was horrible because for the evening performances, I'd had so much time to make sure the laundry was dry, but for this matinee performance, oh yeah, Jess, I can turn me up, no problem. Look, I have the technology to turn my audio up. There you go. And don't worry, Jess, I will never be talking over the play. I'm always going to pause the play and talk. So this is actually going to be a very long stream. So get ready, everybody. So that first Saturday matinee, I just remember just sitting miserable in like the backstage area of the El Portal with like hair dryers trying to dry up all of the costumes. Awful. And it was so embarrassing to hand them off to some of the actors and be like, I'm sorry. I have one job. That's not true. I had like 4 jobs, but like I had this very important job and I did badly. So, but that was thankfully the worst of it, and the afternoon performance went very well. So the difference between the like what is a prop on the stage here and what is part of the set. Basically, if the actors are picking it up and moving it around, if it's a prop, if it's part of the decoration, that is part of our set design by the amazing Lex Gernon. So these downed bookshelves that you see throughout the show, they have all of these incredible items in them that are just encrusted with black and glitter, and it's supposed to feel like that you're seeing the ruins of the House of Ashmore on stage. And these, something that's very interesting about the run of this show is you will never see any of the run crew come on stage to move sets or to place props. Everything had to be placed on the top of the show, either hidden behind these bookshelves on stage or on prop tables in either wing. And our assistant stage manager, Juliet, she is the one who organized and like gaffer taped out all of the locations on the props tables. Juliet was my Superman, my personal hero, because I had never done a live stage show like this. And Juliet really was the person that I was going to with all of my questions that I'm like, I know this is embarrassing to ask. And I just remember, I think it was either our first or second performance that we're at like the 3/4 mark of the show. It's a point where she and I are crossing. And I just went to her and I was like, Juliet, I've forgotten everything I'm supposed to do in the next 45 minutes. Can you repeat my track back to me? And she, of course, knew it, and she could, and she did. And you know what? She saved the show. She saved the show on a daily basis. So I would come to the theater about an hour before the show would start, bringing in all of the costumes, carrying them from my car, and some of the props that had to be repaired nightly. More on that later. Do you know what? More on that later. Asterisk. And then as wardrobe supervisor, I would hand out the laundry to everyone, making sure everyone got their colored tights. Everybody had a very particular set of tights, handing back undershirts and delicates directly to the actors who got them. And then I would run through the list of props. Julia and I would both check all of the props ahead of time. And while I was setting wardrobe and handing out clothes, Juliet, our assistant stage manager, would be setting out props. taking the food props out of the fridge and placing them where they needed to go. More on those when we run across to them. There are a number of props that you see shuffle around the stage here at the beginning, and here I get to tell you about the one deleted prop. There was one prop I finished that ended up getting cut from the show. And as the show starts and the actors come on stage, they were each going to bring, they each bring a prop with them or cross a prop or set things, ahead of time, like they are the players setting this stage. There was going to be a broom. Ella had a broom during one of her songs. It ended up getting cut because, again, if she took it somewhere else on the stage, there was no planned stagehand to take it off because there was no run crew. Again, like I said, no run crew was going to be seen coming on stage. And so the broom ended up getting cut from Ella's song, and so the broom was supposed to be this prop here at the beginning, and I was so sad. It was just this really nice straw broom, and I'd painted it purple with glitter, like this nice lilac purple with glitter, and added leather wraps on and around it. Okay. And then there is one prop that one of the actors made. We'll get to that when we get to that, but part of my checklist ahead of time was to go to this actor and say, do you have such and such prop? And then they would show me that they had it. And I would say, okay. And then I also, on my list of getting everyone their costume pieces, I would set the first few quick changes. Spoony Spine, I do not have the broom. I only kept one prop after the show. Okay, I only kept one of the props I made. There were a couple props that are like my own personal belongings that I was just like, yeah, those can be on stage. But I didn't keep the sparkle broom. I donated everything afterwards, and I said, you guys can keep these, or you guys can throw them away. So unfortunately, I did not keep the broom. All right, let's go to the next piece, and we will see the first, I believe, solely purchased prop for the show. All right. Time for a little more.
Thank you. Thank you, lords, ladies, faith folk of all kind. In all the lands there truly is no greater audience than the one here in Boggs Hollow. Let's hear it, Boggs Hollow. Now, do we have any wood elves in the crowd tonight? No? Any gnomes? My first wife was a gnome. It was a short marriage. I jest. Let's hear it again for our cast of players. And for our musical accompaniment tonight, the Whippoorwills. We have Matthias Longfellow on the keys. The Wibbler Boys on the strings. Toothless John on the drums. And last but not least, Ragweed Rockhammer of the Dwarven Folk on the woodblock.
Oh my gosh. A puppet. You guys, I love the puppets for this show so much. Nick made all of the puppets. Matt painted some of the puppets. This woodblock is the first... Here we go, a woodblock. And I just bought a woodblock online. And I remember there was some discussion of how is Ragweed going to do it? Because Joey has one hand performing Ragweed's hand, and then the other is articulating the face. So there was some talk about tying the woodblock to Ragweed's hand. There was also some talk about maybe we set a second puppeteer back there to like hold the woodblock in the other hand. And you know what? It ended up being Occam's razor. We just had Nick made the decision to just have the woodblock on the bookshelf, and Ragweed could hit it there. I think the puppeteering work in this show is phenomenal. I think Joey and John especially are such incredible puppeteers, and I wish this show had more puppet time, and I wish it had more puppet characters. But I think Ragweed is one of my favorites. All right.
I said, on the woodblock, dwarf.
I'll hit my block when I'm good and ready. You menfolk are always in such a hurry. We, of the Mountain Kin, like to do things in our own time.
There it is. Tonight, we bring you a tale full of magic, mystery, music, and monsters. For an age and an age. Now you hit the damn block.
Cut element. There was some discussion of Jeff opening the book and blowing something out of it. So Nick and I talked about maybe it could be dust, it could be glitter, it could be like silica powder that was, you know, a specific color. And then it was eventually decided, you know what? No, because then we would put slippery dust on the stage to start the show. So there's a number of things in theater where you're like, this would be so cool. Like, this would be so great if we did this. And then you're like, actually, though, if we did that, what would the after effect be? So one of the considerations I had making props was that I couldn't have, they requested I didn't have anything that was real metal or real glass. The only exception is there are some metal pieces on the crossbow prop that I got in. By real metal, I mean like the swords couldn't be real metal. We do have like some wire, some metal pieces on some of the other props. But yeah, so you have to think about what is the worst case scenario if somebody drops this or if somebody does blow dust out of this book every night. Worst case scenario, it creates a slippery environment on stage and maybe somebody could get hurt, or we get the mess on the costumes every night, or like even like dust could get in Jeff's eye or glitter could get in Jeff's eye. So like as cool as an idea could be, and everyone was very careful, everyone was very professional. Nobody to my knowledge ever dropped a prop backstage. If you did, Starkids, you legally have to tell me. But just in case a worst case scenario was to happen, we had to design and choose the materials for props around that. Here we go.
I was ready!
May I begin our story, Master Dwarf?
Not yet. Now.
Thank you. For an age and an age, the house of Ashmore stood proud and strong. And yet, there is no family tree that does not wither, that does not burn. When the flames of ruination swept through the Ashmore clan, they were consumed like so much kindling. The Lady Ashmore was burned at the stake for the crime of witchcraft. Her husband died of consumption, they say, not a fortnight after taking a second wife. Curious. The house of Ashmore was left, poetically enough, in ashes. The last flickering cinder was Ella, their only daughter, who, if peasant gossip could be trusted, was driven mad and mangy with grief.
I spend my days knee-deep in pig guts, but fuck all do you stink.
'Twas a crime.
Oh my gosh, so here we have some of the props. This bag that Ella's holding was the very last prop that was finished for the show. I actually brought it to Bryce on opening day and said, hey, I finally, I got this bag, because this wasn't on the initial list of what we were going to do. But I think Nick requested it at some point during Tech Week, saying that, if she's here shopping for the Step family, then she should have something. So that is the biggest leather purse I could find at Target. The dark leather flap on top of it and the strap that she's holding, those were two pieces from materials I already had that I sewed onto it to make it look more ye oldie-timey. And interestingly enough, the butcher sign that says butcher and says closed, that actually wasn't me. That was a set piece done by Lex. But the basket and the covering over it for the meat, originally Nick asked for a crate, and I couldn't find a wooden crate that was large enough. Like I could only find pretty small crates. And I was like, listen, I could just get 2x4s and build a crate. I don't want to. So I sent Nick a picture of like this huge basket from where I was at Joann's, and I was like, could the butcher use this basket? And I'm a little sad that we never see inside it. There's no like actual rotten meat in there. But I did find some big furry like natural planters that are all turned upside in there that are lumpy and meat looking. So these bookshelves that you see are hollow on the back, and they are both holding a number of props, both on shelves and on hooks, that last through the whole show. I also want to shout out as wardrobe supervisor, the pieces that Ella is wearing here, her apron, her dirty skirt, and her undershirt. Those are all pieces that were hand dyed by our costume designer and creator, Rebecca. All of the hand dyed pieces had to be hand washed separately from everything else because the dye would run. So I was doing, 3 or 4 loads of laundry every single night. But these particular hand dyed pieces I was washing by hand in a bucket, and then I bought a huge salad spinner, and I would put the pieces one by one in this salad spinner. It never had any food in it. This was for the clothes only. And I would use the salad spinner to get as much of the moisture out of the hand wash clothes as I could every night, because I also couldn't, I couldn't bake them in the dryer. So those were some of the pieces, but they are so beautiful. And you'll see here the first of, I think, 6 of Ella's different wigs that she has. Our wig designer, Alejandro, also did just an incredible, outstanding job. I cannot believe how incredible all these wigs were and how much work went into the performers taking them on and off, because the wigs shuffle, the looks change throughout the show almost immediately. And also a shout out to our makeup designer, because Ella's actually got dirt on her hands and a little bit on her face. And during Ella's first costume change, which is coming up pretty soon, all of that dirt makeup on her arms also has to come off very quickly. So Bryce has a number of very quick, complex changes in the show, and I only helped out on about half of them. But when I am backstage working on a quick change, that is something else I will point out to you. All right, here we go. Oh, and as triumphant and how exciting as everything I've just told you is, this scene does mark one of the only props I did not get done. Because it was so low on the priority list, they had asked for maybe some wearable sausages for John to have around his neck. I couldn't find any for purchase that were long enough, and I had started making some out of I started making actual foam sausages out of nylon, but that was just something so low down on the priority list, it just didn't get done in time for the show. So if they ever restage Cinderella's castle, those sausages are my nemesis. They're my white whale. If we get to do Cinderella's castle again, I swear to all of you, the butcher will have his festooned garland of meats. All right, back to the show.
I'm against the gods. This highborn girl stood in the shop covered in filth, suffering the abuse of some lowly butcher.
Your order's ready, Stinky. Where's your mother?
Her mother is ash on the winds, thank the gods.
Stepmother, sir. I'll not have it said I squeezed out this creature. Leave the shop, child. I want to be in it.
Yes, stepmother.
Wait by the cart, Ella. And if those flighty little feet of yours wander off again, I may have to remove them. You do have a bone saw, don't you, Butcher?
That I do, Mum.
Yes. Forgive my stepdaughter, she's a slobbering lunatic. Now I believe you have something for me.
Prepared to your specifications, Mum, but here's the thing about meat. If you don't salt it or chill it, it's gonna go rotten. And I don't mean to question my betters, Mum, but look here. It's furry and foul and full of maggots.
Yes. Wonderful work. You are an artist.
I can't sell you this, Mum. I got a reputation to maintain.
As do I. Which is why I trust this transaction will remain confidential.
But, Mum...
You've taken such care handling my meat. Seems only fair I handle yours. Perhaps you have a plump sausage for me to stuff?
All right, shop's closed. Let's make this quick. My wife will be here any minute.
Oh, it won't take long, will it, you filthy pig?
In the square, the townsfolk dared not meet poor Ella's gaze. They had heard the rumors of the mad maid and the hex that hung over her like a mist on the marsh.
Oh, excuse me, milady. Oh, stay away. I don't want to catch what you've got.
Quick shout out through here. You're going to see some actors on stage that won't be throughout the rest of the performance. During filming days, in between performances, there were days where they brought a camera crew in for like closer detailed parts of this pro shot. But Nick made sure that all of the understudies would have at least one line in the pro shot itself. And you can see the understudies in the final shot of the show when everyone's posing together. And I have to say, my favorite day of Tech Week was the day that I made time to sit down with each of the understudies and walk them through their prop tracks. I don't know, it was really fun getting to know them and spend, like a half hour each talking to them and being like, okay, so in this scene, you're going to have this book here, here, and here. And in this scene, you're going to have these props here. This will be waiting on stage left. This will be waiting on stage right. And that was just, I don't know, that was kind of one of my special... It was the least stressful, and it was the part of Tech Week where I felt the most on top of everything. So it was just sort of nice to sit down and just help someone else out for a while. Because while Tech Week was happening, I was camped out in like a full third of the theater with my prop stuff just everywhere. And I would be sitting in the theater, stitching something by hand, or putting the last touches of paint on something, or gluing things together. Because I was working right up until opening night. And in fact, after opening night, there was even a prop that I took home to repaint because I wasn't happy with how it looked on stage. So there was always something to do while getting ready. Sam is correct. There is a banger of a song incoming. So we will watch the entire song.
Oh, milady, help a woman in need? Mayhaps I could spare a copper or two.
Don't bandy words with a curseling, Margaret. She'll bring us bad luck.
Sir Preston, I remember you. You knew my father.
Oh, God, Ella, what's become of you?
I know how I look, how I smell. You think I want this? They want me to stink. Sweet scents offend them, crinkles their noses. They only have love for grave worms and mold and things that grow in the dark.
Ella, I think it's best we find your mother.
She's not my mother. She's not even human.
A little help
No,
here.
I'm sorry. I just need you to believe what I'm saying. She's wearing someone else's skin.
Ella. No.
Can't you see it? The seam on the back of her neck. Why can't anyone else see it? Has the world gone mad?
No, just you.
Cinderella, Ella, was she down on her luck? Or did witchcraft hang her head low? The towny folks, they won't get close, her hair matted down. They prefer that she's locked in a home. Fresh as a daisy, mysterious ways. Ever since Mom and Dad left this plane. Stark raven lady, reclusive for days. Was she hearing all that they say? Cursed or crazy, you know you don't wanna know it. If life is a burden, you know that you've been burnt or shady. Sanity out of the picture, whether you want it or not, or you are cursed crazy. Cinderella, Ella, why she covered in filth? It's the remnants of the house of ash. The guilt she's got, she's overwrought. That paranoid look, like the town is talking behind her back. Stark raving manic, lock her away.
Destined to join her mother at the stake.
Weird and eccentric, completely estranged.
Her stepmother must be a saint or
Cursed crazy, you know you don't wanna know it. When fighting your demons alone, you know you're fucked or faded. Destiny couldn't be sicker, whether you want it or not, or you are
cursed crazy, tattered and mangy, shell of my former self.
Oh, you are.
It seems lately, just maybe, the outer world is a spell. Cinderella, Ella, is she so fucking nuts that chivalry is all but dead? I'm a ghastly sight, but gas delights these skin-wearing crooks. Is it too much just to lend her a hand?
Verging on panic, a cat that is strayed. Give it some milk, it'll never tame. So damn dramatic, completely insane. Look at the town she's left in her wake.
Cursed and crazy, you know you don't wanna know it. Whether it's madness or not, you had a bad beat, baby. You know you're stuck with the stigma. Whether you want it or not, you are. Your life is not what you pictured. Bedlam is all that you got when you've been backstabbed lately.
Your bloodlines couldn't be thicker, whether you want it or not, or you are
Cursed crazy.
Oh my gosh, screams and cheers for that song. So the first two quick changes of this show actually happen during this song. There are points where, oh, my cat's automatic feeder just went off and they both bolted. But there are points where James and Kurt both leave during the song. You can see it more clearly during the digital ticket version. But you also, I'm gonna, because listen, this is why you're here. I'm gonna jump you guys back to the moments where James and Kurt leave the stage. But yeah, the choreography by Lauren Lopez is just amazing. And I also deeply, deeply love Joey Guthman's lighting design through here. So for a fantasy show to have a pop soundtrack like this, because, you know, that was the Labyrinth, I think, was a huge creative inspiration to Nick and Matt. Like, you can see that in the visual language of the show and what they asked from everybody on the creative team. I think the lighting and the music together is just so good and so amazing. So there's a bit where the actors are all lined up, where you're going to see
Tattered
James,
and mangy.
this cursed crazy, tattered and mangy. The camera's obviously not looking over there, but this is when James walks backstage to me and starts taking off his peasant outfit to put on his prince costume. And he has a pair of really thick leather gloves that originally he was going to wear to hide all of his prince rings underneath. That ended up being way too hot to like dance in and move around in. So you may, let's see if he actually, what? He does put them on. So he has them off at the very beginning of the show when he comes out for Castle on a Hill. And then backstage he will put these leather gloves on. Let's see, I'm gonna mute the show for a second. I'm gonna mute the show for a second so I can talk over it. So he's not wearing these gloves at the top of the show, but you can see that he has these thick leather gloves on here. It's because the prince has 10 rings that have to be on in a specific order, and just the time it would take to slot all of the rings on at the end of the quick change. Our costume designer instead was just like, wear gloves for this song. So he's gonna put his hand in her face for like fucked or faded. And at the end of this, he's turning and he's just going to keep walking right off stage to where I am waiting. And then a little bit later, after the line that says cat, that chivalry is all but dead. There's Kurt, who's, Lauren put the choreography in, so Kurt would be standing at the end of the line. After a cat that is strayed, he does that motion right there. Camera's going to move away so you can't see it, but Kurt heads off stage to Juliet and Alejandro, who help him with his quick change. This quick change ended up being so easy, just because we ran it through so many times. I will say something that was very, very frightening is the very first time we did it, they were like, it was during a run-through of the whole show. So the first time we got to try this quick change, we were supposed to try and do it as fast as we could, but hadn't figured out the most efficient way to do it yet. So I was like, do I take your boots off? Like, what do you need me to unbuckle? What do you need me to undo? So the first try, the first go-ahead was rough. Both James and I were trying to do so much of everything. But a really good quick change, it turns out, is finding out like what the actor can do themselves, and then the person who's assisting, whether that was me or Juliet or Alejandro, just being there to pull away any costume pieces they didn't need or zip up and do hooks that they couldn't reach. So I think for the prince change, my one job was just to like take his shoes, take his pieces from the first outfit as he was pulling them off and setting them out of the way, and making sure that his boots, his pantaloons, his jacket were there ready and waiting. And then the last piece before I sent him back on stage is doing a hook on the back of his prince pantaloons. And as wardrobe supervisor, it was also my job to do small repairs. Like big repairs or big changes, those would go to our costume designer, Rebecca. But small repairs, that was my job. And I did have to re-sew that latch inside the prince's pants. Actually, maybe Rebecca ended up doing that too, but I remember the latch came off the prince's pants during Tech Week. That had to be redone. So here we go. There goes Kurt off stage to change into the Thaddeus outfit. And let's get back to where we were. Oh, man, the music, the lights, the sound, it's all good. Everyone did such an incredible job.
Toss her in the river for a bath. That is all the help she deserves.
No, please.
Yes.
Please. No.
Good job. Good job.
The best we've ever done.
Bryce is running off stage to our makeup designer and our wig designer. So makeup was done by Gabriella, and then, like I said before, Alejandro was wigs, because they're doing her first quick change in like the stairwell just here on stage left. And the Prince and Thaddeus are about to show up with one of the props of which I'm most proud, a mandolin that I made from scratch from foam. I found a couple different, so there were like a few different musical instruments I combined to make this. And I found, I bought patterns online and I made it out of EVA foam. I do have a slight regret on this prop, and that is I had really beautiful actual hardware. I had tuning pegs and some wire that I wanted to string it with, but with the 40 props that I had to get done, I just had to be content with a really solid paint job. So yeah, the mandolin is foam, and one of our musicians is actually playing the music that you'll see James strumming. And the song that the prince sings, is the number one song from the show that gets stuck in my head constantly. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, but this is the one that I find myself singing around the house the most. All right, here we go. Let's meet the prince and Thaddeus, having just completed their very calm, super perfect quick change. Although, I do remember that laying out the pieces for this quick change was already a little stressful because it was hard to find all the pieces of Thaddeus's. Thaddeus had a ring and a belt that were always hard to find before the show. Not because Kurt would misplace them, but because, like, in the shuffle of me taking laundry home, bringing laundry back, taking stuff to dressing rooms, taking stuff out of dressing rooms, I would always have to hunt for this belt before the show started to lay this outfit out.
Poor Ella.
So good. Yeah.
Poor Ella. But hark! What approaches from yonder way, with banners streaming and horns blaring? I shall tell thee. 'Twas a great procession, with knights and courtiers, all returning from their tour of the northern kingdoms. At its head was the royal carriage, carrying none other than the realm's own charming prince.
I've traveled the world and tasted wine, and cheese and grapes and honey, but nothing compares to the juice and the hairs of a taste of royal coney. It's a sweet song, isn't it, Thaddeus?
If you say so, my prince.
Of course it is. And can you believe what she called it? Vulgar. She missed the point entirely, Thaddeus. It was a compliment.
Perhaps, sir, in the northern kingdoms, singing over the queen's loins before the entire court is, considered faux pas, sir.
Well, fuck them, then. I never wanted to marry that old walrus anyway. To hell with her and her frostbitten cunning.
Sir, you must marry someone. And all the great houses have rejected your proposals, despite my prince's many charms.
It's the damnedest thing. But don't worry, Thaddeus. I'm sure there's someone out there worthy of me. Someone soft and kind, filled with such a beauty inside, she's fit to burst. Wah, wah, wah. Speaking of which, pull over, coachman. I must shit in the river.
Halt the column. The prince needs a shit.
Can't it wait, sire? Your father's expecting you, and we're so near the castle.
And strain the royal bowels? I think not.
Shout out to the hobby horse that the captain of the guard rides in on. That was Rainey, one of our understudies. And they understudied the narrator and Crumb. So there was like this cascade of understudies. So we had 3 people who were our understudies. And amongst the 3 of them, they were divided up into most of the possible roles. And then we had a couple people in the primary cast who knew a couple tracks as well. And the reason why I'm telling you this is if James had gone out, Joey would have filled in for the prince. And there is a prop related to the prince you see later in the show that I was supposed to make a backup one for that matched Joey. And I didn't. That was one of, I think, like, there were like 4 things I didn't get done. It was the butcher sausages, this backup prop for Joey, a hole Joey asked me for in the back of Crumb's cape, and one more thing. So I basically told Nick, I'm like, okay, I have a plan for this backup prop. And I have materials for it. It won't be as good of a match as the other one is. But if you can, as long as I know 2 hours before the show starts, I can get that backup prop done. So thankfully, we didn't ever need to substitute in any of the understudies. And that was really good because I didn't have the understudy version of that prop done. So thank you, James. I also see here that James is wearing a brown undershirt that he was wearing as part of his original peasant garb. Originally, this costume track had a gold undershirt to it. You will see that gold undershirt at the wedding, but one of the ways that the quick change was more streamlined was for him to wear this brown silk shirt as part of both his peasant outfit and this prince's outfit. But keep an eye out for the gold shirt that he will wear in a scene later in the show. Also, shout out to like I said, the hobby horse that the understudy rides in on. There were 2 of those hobby horses, because I think there was an idea to have more guards present during this scene. And it was just, that was one I bought off the internet, and then I made it an extra long bridle with trim that our costume designer had originally intended for one of the prince's outfits. So it was in like the correct royal colors. There you go. Yeah, his costume is so handsome. So like, Rebecca, our costume designer, she made some pieces from scratch. She purchased a lot of pieces, and then like all of the purchased pieces were hand tailored, or like added extra trim to, or pockets, or like poofs and frills. So even though there are a number of pieces that I'm sure you can go online and be like, oh, I saw someone wearing something similar to that in Cinderella's castle, every single costume piece was also hand tailored by Rebecca with just like a little bit of extra magic added to it. She was also very great to work with and very cool. Also, one of the reasons why a number of the Thaddeus and Prince scenes are longer is they are extending time for typically quick changes for Bryce. So Bryce is getting, like I mentioned before, the makeup off her hands, and she's getting her wig changed, and she's getting her first costume quick change done. And she'll be back on stage in just a minute, having been thrown in the river.
I think not.
Fuck this cursed life!
Ella emerged from her dip in the river. She was shivering and sopping, and for the first time in a long time, she was...
I'm clean. My skin. I haven't seen it in so long. I'm not a creature of soot and sweat. I'm clean. I'm doomed. Oh, stepmother will be furious. Goodbye, sweet skin. I must cover thee in filth.
Ella raced to the muddy riverbank, where she came upon the prince with his pants around his ankle.
Oh, pardon, sir. I've seen a cock. No more trials today, gods. I beg of thee.
Wait, please just wait just a moment. There. Okay.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Oh, no need to apologize. There are many regrettable things in life, but a maiden stealing a glance at your member is not amongst them. Especially when the maid is so comely.
What did you call me?
Comely. Radiant. A vision the stars themselves might envy.
You are too forward, sir. If you'd spoken so rashly in my father's hall, his bannermen would have beaten you bloody.
And where is your father?
Dead.
Good. Then I shall press my luck further and risk a kiss on your lovely hand.
I cannot remember when last I was spoken to so gently. Have you any other compliments to give? Maybe about my eyes?
They are embers at midnight.
Oh, and my hair?
Ooh, the gods themselves could spin no finer silk. In fact, I have a song I think you might appreciate. Let me fetch my lyre. Thaddeus!
Do you need help wiping, my prince?
No. Well, yes, but later.
Oh, my days. Prince,
No, please, rise, my lovely lady.
Ella of the House Ashmore.
Ashmore. A great and noble house. She's rich, Thaddeus. Not the princess, but not bad either.
Sir, I'm sorry to say, but the Ashmores have fallen on hard times. Their house is in disrepair, to put it delicately.
I don't care if the house needs new shutters and tapestries. I want to know if the carpet matches the drapes. Come, Ella. My carriage awaits. Grant me the honor of escorting you home.
Ella!
I'd much sooner see your home, my prince.
Really?
Yes, take me to your castle, and be quick about it.
Ella, where are you, you wretched child?
Oh, hurry, we must away.
I swear you'll pay for making me...
Worry so. There you are, sweet girl. Come to your mother.
Mother, eh? So you must be the Lady Ashmore.
And you are charming prince. It seems you've charmed my stepdaughter, at least.
Of course I have. I'd wager she's wetter now than when she was bobbing in the river.
Uh-huh. Nice.
Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to get her out of these soaking clothes and... well, we'll see what happens after that.
I am so overjoyed by what is so clearly true love. But I must intercede on my prince's behalf. You would never know from looking at sweet Ella the severity of her condition.
Oh, fear not, Mum. If it's anything venereal, I've had and beaten it.
If only the gods were so kind. Ella's sickness is one of the mind. She has delusions, you see.
Delusions? Is it contagious?
The world Ella lives in is demented and dangerous. There's no convincing her otherwise. She believes me to be a monster, that I orchestrated the downfall of her house, murdered her dear father. She knows she will never be safe from my terrible reach, even from behind castle walls. Poor mad Ella. She is my curse, and I am hers.
Wolf! I dodged a sword thrust there, Thaddeus. Never lay thy cock in a cuckoo's nest.
Words to live by, my prince. But the Ashmore family tree is tall and strong, with many nests that are warm and soft and waiting for a nice woodpecker or a nice swallow.
Gads, Thaddeus, this is one thirsty fucking house.
Sir, you should not keep the king waiting.
He's kept me waiting. Oh, just die already, old man.
Ladies.
The offer stands firm. Come calling if you are. You.
I'm sorry, stepmother.
You've spoken enough for one outing. We will discuss this in the privacy of my home. To the court, damn you.
The ancestral home of the Ashmore clan. Once bustling with retainers, now stood deserted. Decaying. The new lady of the house had seen to that. She had many secrets, that woman, the least of which was the poisoning of Ella's father. The others were darker still.
You are a willful child, Ella.
No, stepmother.
And forgetful as of late. What robs the fear from your eyes and replaces it with defiance? Is it this petal soft skin? These ruby lips? Do you take me to be one of your puny pink kind? Your kind who have been laid low by my designs? Well, let me remind you who the master is here, Ella. Let me reacquaint you with your fear!
The wicked woman cast aside her facade. This was no mere mask from a farce of folly. 'Twas a skin suit, sewn from the flayed flesh of comely maids and enchanted with the darkest of magics. The Lord Ashmore knew not what vile creature he had led into his own hearth and home. And now that beast, that troll, ruled in his stead.
Oh my gosh, gosh, skin suit time. Sorry to pause it at such a great moment, but I wanted to make sure that the suit was on stage. So the skin suits that you see in the show were a group effort because Rebecca made a simpler version of each of the costumes that you'll see on skin suits through the show. And then Alejandro made simpler versions of the wigs that you'll see on the skin suits in the show. And then I made the underpart. So I bought silicone gloves and Halloween masks and painted them to look a bit like the makeup tracks of the actors who are wearing them. And inside of the costume, because if it was just like an empty dress, you could tell. So I made like a flat Stanley I got felt and I got batting. And I basically quilted a like silhouette of a person that goes inside each of these dresses. Now, during the first read through of the script, these skin suits that you'll see throughout the show, they were going to be on stage a little bit more than the shots where we see them, especially nearer the end of the show. I think in the script it called for these skin suits to be thrown on stage again. However, like I mentioned before, no run crew was going to be pulling stuff off the stage. And our actors who were on stage were already pulling off several props during this climactic scene. So in the end, the skin suits only each came on stage once, which is a shame because they are pretty detailed and really cool. But I think the moments that you do see them makes it more effective. Also, the inside of the masks that make up the faces, it's all painted red. And there's even like a little bit of, in some of the other skin suits, there's even a little bit of blood around the side. So, like I said, wigs made a simpler versions of the wigs. So you can see this skin suit is actually wearing, the red hair with the white stripe like Angela has. And then underneath it is a flat Stanley with a silicone gloves and silicone faces that are pretty skin-like. And then like I said, the costumes were a simpler version of each of the dresses. So I love the skin suits, and this was one of the aspects of the show that I was like, this is so dark and this is so cool. I love this. Here we go.
Yes! Scream! I remember when these hills rang with that sweet music. Those great gray days when the sky was ash and the trolls roamed free. Before the fry-stabbed sun rose once more, and the manfolk came with their fire and steel to drag my sisters into the light. And the dawn turned them to stone. Well, I shall bring ruin to this world, just like I brought ruin to the house of Ashmore. Remember, Ella, you linger only because it pleases me to watch your bloodline suffer and serve. Well, serve you shall. Twilight approaches and my daughters will soon rise. Ready your meal. I troll up this house while you're at it. Look at these fucking windows. No grease, no grime. How do people live like this? Ugh.
So, I completely forgot. Ella did another wig change while we weren't paying attention. And to answer your question, Jess, this voice change was done in real time. Our sound designer, Stephanie, she did the troll voice effect live. And there's also a character you'll meet closer to the Act 1 closer who also has a voice effect done live. Our sound design was so cool for this show. And all of the voices that you hear were modulated with like preset modulations controlled by our sound designers live for the show. It is so cool. But yeah, Ella has changed into her third wig of the show already. What? Also here one of the elements I love the most about these bookshelves designed by Lex is to have the onstage lighting inside the bookshelf. So that would have been, I love the lighting for this show. I love the design for this show. Like, the set doesn't change often. There's a few extra elements that come down with the fly system, but it's just so good. It's simple and it works, and the audience is willing to bring their imagination, and the actors just sell the hell out of it, and I love everything about this show.
I don't like that troll one bit. Give me 6 sturdy dwarves and a warhammer. We'd put an end to her.
Slain many trolls, have you, Master Dwarf?
Well, not trolls per se, but goblins.
Goblins, yes. I've swatted many gnats. Should I try my steel on a dragon? One thing is not the other, my little friend. Alas, Ella was now a servant in her own home. She toiled in the kitchens to feed the trolls' repugnant appetites.
Okay, I think this is the scene with the most props per scene. So we've got some really fun ones in here, and I'll just describe them all at the top of scene, and then we will, we'll describe them all at the top of the scene, and then we'll see them later. So I'm gonna make myself big for a second. Oh my gosh, here I am twice. So for this troll book, I got a design brief for it. And then I gave Nick several suggestions. I knew in the description that it was going to be troll stone and skin. So I was like, do we want it to be, I know, I'm sorry this is so bad. You can see better shots of this on my social media, but did we want like a jade cover? Something that matched the skin of the trolls? Troll skin and human skin combined together, or did we want bone and stone? And then with the pages, I offered aged paper, leather pages, or stone clay tablets, and so they went with leather pages and skin and stone together. This book, the rocks on it are done with, that's foam, that's carved foam. And then the same type of leather that I used for the pages, I just airbrushed to look like that shape on the front. And Ella is just using a regular 3-ring binder. And I remember before tech rehearsal one day, sitting, I was just at the front of stage, and I was just standing there with my I didn't have a 3-hole punch, I just had a single hole punch. And I had just marked a piece on each of these leather pages that I had made. And I was just hole punching the leather pieces, trying to get them done and in the book for the thing. Bryce and the understudies all asked me to put either script or lyrics on those pages. And that was the 4th thing that I just didn't have enough time to do. But for the other props we have here, that pot... Oh, time to... we'll cut back to it in a second, because I'm going to show you the frog cage idea. Okay, so the thing with the frog cage is originally I wanted to have a glass jar with water inside of it. So I came up with this diagram where I would do a plastic jug with a smaller plastic jug inside of it, so it could be completely sealed up and filled with water and silt. And then the puppeteer could have the frog inside of it. A couple reasons why this ended up not working. Reason number 1 is that I couldn't find a plastic jar big enough. And remember, we couldn't have glass in this show. So there were a number of snacks that I bought. You guys, I ate so many cheese puffs, and somebody else has like, oh, I've got it was Lex, I think. He's like, oh, I had this Costco thing. I couldn't find a jug that was big enough. And then also with the texture of the plastic, it would have just been hit with the shine of all of the lights, and it would not have been readable from the audience. So if this was only a pro shot and we were doing it on film, I think I would have gone above and beyond. Sam, I bought the biggest cheese balls I could find. I went to Utah to find the biggest cheese balls I could find, and none of them were big enough. So I'm actually really happy with the wire basket that I did instead, although I had to buy this wire basket and then I had to buy an extra pair. I think the clippers I needed to cut the wire basket were $17 extra. Heidi says I should have gone to Texas. Yeah, I went to Utah for 2 weeks to use some of the tools in my dad's workshop for some of the props that we'll see later. I made the swords at my parents' house because my dad has things like a lathe and a drill press and a bandsaw. Things that I don't have at my apartment in California. But the other props that we see here, so the frog puppets, there are two frog puppets, non-Sir Hop-a-Lots that we see in the show. And this one was chosen for its acting. And then the other frog puppet you see has a little mechanism in it that makes his legs kick. So those puppets were pre-purchased. So I didn't make or contribute any of the puppets. I did dress a couple of the puppets, as you'll see later. But these ingredients that Bryce has, the red fabric that you see on the ingredient on the left side of the screen, that red fabric is some of the lining that's also in Crumb's cape. It was like a scrap I had from when I was making Crumb's cape. The inside of that is a bunch of foam, green foam, sliced up in about, chunk-sized pieces. And then it has water and a couple different colors of paint and glue in it, because I'm just like, I want something gloopy and swampy and gross. And then the other little box of ingredients is a bunch of dinosaur toys that I painted brown and green. I wanted something that would just read as some kind of texture from the audience. And then that pot is an actual pot from my house. So that was technically the other prop I kept, but only because that's my sauce pot that I make my sauces and my soups in. So that had to come back home with me. That was mine. All right. Are you guys ready for another banger song? Here we go.
Foul troll recipes. Ugh. We had maggot mash last night. Got some leftover toe jam, but no moldy bread. What's this? A frog. I've never made frog paste before, but
I can't believe I forgot to talk about the big fucking rock, you guys. That big fucking rock is cardboard, and I'm so proud of it. I cut the pieces together like a puzzle, and I assembled it, and it's tape, and it's paint, and it's cardboard, and I love it so much. But you can see better here with this basket. I took those $17 wire clippers, and I just clipped the ring up the back, and I've wrapped all of the exposed metal ends in a ton of black gaffer tape. So John, the puppeteer, he can just do vertical access, and so the frog can go in and out of the basket and he can have full reach inside of it. But I'm so excited. And yes, Bryce does an incredible job of selling this cardboard rock as something that's actually heavy.
it says here, it's simple, quick, and serves 4. Step 1, smash frog with big fucking rock. Easy enough. All right, come here, little one. You sure do hop a lot, don't you? Didn't get you very far, I'm afraid. My stepsisters must have caught you in the swamp. They're dreadful, aren't they?
Oh, would you mind terribly looking away while I get on with it? Trust me, there are worse things than getting squashed by a rock. This is a mercy, really. You want to be stuck in this house forever with them? I envy you, little Hop-a-Lot. Yes, it is nice talking to someone. I think about it sometimes, you know? Giving up, letting them eat me. Part of me just wants it to be over, to be with my father again. But another part, a deep secret part that speaks in my true mother's voice, won't let me die. Not before they do. I was raised to be appraised, path was paved, dress was made, princess bride to be. Ow, 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 ow. And then the day it never came, fitted dude in a suit, now a stepmother for me. Ow, 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 ow. And I know now that I am no lawyer, so I'm leaning on natural law. And if it wanted to scale the balance toward my cause, I thank my stars, 'cause I wish you nothing but defeat, and I want nothing for you but the least. And I know you're wishing that I'd be sweet and behave. I wanna step on your grave. I don't know how much maggot soup I can make. A cup of toes, a dash of mold, a half a toad, it needs oregano. There's only so many frog guts a girl can take. 100 gnats, a pinch of rat, one whole cat, to hell with that. I know I might need a lawyer, 'cause I've been forced to break a few legs. And if I wanted to sharpen my cleaver on this day, oh, I got names, 'cause I wish you nothing but defeat, and I want nothing for you but the least. And I know you're tripping that I might switch and be brave. I wanna walk all over, lose composure, step on stepmother's godforsaken grave. I don't know how it'll come to be, but I'll see you under my feet, so deep where even hell couldn't reach. Lord, give me a reason not to smite these demons with my father's sword and legion. Oh my God, I'ma need you, help my soul remove these lesions. God, see the treason they brought upon my house. They brought upon my house. I was raised to be appraised, path was paved, dress was made, princess bride to be. Oh, 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 oh. Go. Be free, little Hop-a-Lot. Sire many tadpoles. I'll heat up that toe jam.
Ella is running to me for a costume change. It's not a big costume change, but she has a dirty undershirt on right now under her hand-dyed green apron. So she is running to me to switch her shoes and to put on a clean undershirt underneath that dirty apron, because she'll be swapping that apron out for her nicer green overdress during her last song. And this is the only time she has off stage to do it. Kurt is unrolling a scroll. The one prop I actually did keep. Is it in here? I don't think it's in here. It might still be in my car. You guys, there's still stuff in my trunk from when we did this show last July. That's how long it's been since I've cleaned out my car. But I actually did calligraphically write out this speech that he's got here. But the reason why I took this home is it has the I'm going to do a quick check to see if it's on my bookshelf over there. Don't mind me. But anyway, the reason why I kept it... Oh my gosh, I'm going to turn on the lights and everything. I should have planned ahead. I knew I was doing this. Oh, no, it's not in here. Oh, well. Oh, well, that's fine. Anyway, is that the ends of those... the ends of that scroll are the cappers to a couple of my spice caps. It was stuff I never use. It was like cumin, and unfortunately I don't have any cumin recipes. And then also some lids to a couple of protein shakes, and I glued it all together so we have this nice stacked out scroll. But it actually says the speech that he's going to say here. So Ella does the quick change, he reads the speech, and then James is going to come out with an apple. It is a fake apple, but I took my Dremel tool and I carved out a bite to look as much like a teeth bite as possible. And I filled it full of putty and like painted it with gloss so it looks like an apple was bit. James is going to throw that apple off stage. I had a job. My job was to catch that apple when he threw it off stage. Did I catch it once? No. I never caught this goddamn apple. But I soon, because here's the thing, is there are lights set in the wings, so James can't see me to throw the apple to me, because he has like stacks of these wing lights just staring directly at him. That's not the actual terminology for those lights. I'm sorry, Lex. Please text me and tell me what you call those lights that are on the sides of the stage. So he would just throw the apple off stage as hard as he could. And then it was basically my job to go find the apple from wherever it landed. So I soon figured out that I would just stand in front of the props table. And it's just a prop apple. It's foam. So it's not like he's throwing like a huge heavy apple. So I'm just standing in front of the props table, and instead of catching the apple, I'm like, I just have to make sure it doesn't hit any of the other props that are sitting back here. All right, let's enjoy this great song. And also these comedy scenes, again, the comedy scenes with Thaddeus and the Prince are to facilitate one of the changes that we're doing for Ella right now.
Hear ye, good citizens of the realm. By order of the old king, in a fortnight hence, these castle doors shall open to all maidens both fair and gently born. And from that gathering our charmed prince shall choose his future queen at this most grand and auspicious ball.
Ooh, hey, Thaddeus, wait, you're too far away. Thaddeus,
I'll come.
No, stay there. I'm coming down to you. Hold on. Wait, I'm coming down this way. Hold on. Wait, I got it. Whee! Okay. Ooh, hey, Thaddeus, what did the maiden say when she finally reached the ball?
What, sir?
Get it? She reached my balls. No, she's sucking my cock. Are you following me, Thaddeus?
Oh, yes, sir. Very amusing.
You didn't laugh.
Ha, ha, ha.
Huh? Fuck you, Thaddeus!
Ella, where are you? Your sister's starved.
All right, we're about to see a prop. I'm so sorry, Bryce. I'm going to get off that frame of you. Okay, do you see this tray with these plates? These plates had their wooden plates. I should have kept these. They were beautiful. But these were all just purchased online, and I had to find a tray big enough to fit 3 plates. There are magnets attached to the plates and attached to the tray. And I bought like a pack of like 48 magnets, and I'm like, surely this will be enough. They were so weak. Like I put 12, 13 magnets on every plate and on the tray itself. And unless it was like leaned up so perfectly, so carefully, they would clatter off in a second. So like, this is my apology to Bryce and to Juliet, our assistant stage manager, who set this tray. that I'm sorry that I didn't get better magnets, and I'm sorry it was too late to order stronger magnets by the time the show opened. But there you go. Here is some, that's a regret. If I could go back and do it all again, I'd get better magnets. Also, Sam, I am also sorry you had to watch this live with your mother. That the prince's lines are horrifying. James delivers them with such charm. But it's fully Shakespeare era vulgarity. And man, I love Thaddeus, by the way, you guys. I think I should slide that in there. Thaddeus and Ella are my favorite characters. And Sir Hop-a-Lot and Chrome. I like so many of the characters in here. But we're about to see a few more trolls. And I'm not gonna have any new props for a while. Ella, do you know what? While we're paused, I'll say it here. Ella's next song is Where the Broom Was Cut. And if you check out the outfit Bryce is wearing now, you can see she has a clean version of her underdress on. So like that's what she was doing quick changing with me. But yeah, the broom was cut from the next shot. Sorry, from the next song. And we're about to see the number one most baseline expensive prop in the show. Like, I think the materials for some of the others, if you add them all up, all the things I had to combine to make them were more expensive. Especially if you count the travel time that I had to travel all the way to Utah to make the swords. But we're about to see the most expensive prop that I bought at the end of the next scene. But there's not a lot of prop work coming up. So we're going to watch a big long chunk of the musical, which is great because we're a half hour into the musical and 2 hours into the stream. So we better pick this up right now.
Coming, stepmother.
Yes, yes. The peasantry won't stop mewling about it. The prince must have his brood mare. So they gather to frolic and folly. How disgustingly human.
Oh, I think it sounds enchanting. Music and dancing and all those boys. Hundreds of people shitting in the same privy shafts. It's gonna stink so good. I heard the castle has a garden. I heard there's a bridge wide enough for 6 cars. I'd hole up under there and no one would be able to pass without answering me these riddles 3.
Matilda! What was that about riddles?
Not riddles per se. More like conversation starters.
No, I've seen her at night scribbling riddles in her diary.
Don't read my diary, you whore!
Hey! I did not claw us up from nothing. Put this roof over your head, this rotten food on your table, for you to collect tolls under a bridge like your goat-eating cousins.
Oh my gosh, I forgot something very important. So after I've just quick changed Ella on stage left during the last scene, this is when I've been on stage left for the entire show up until this point. During this long conversation scene with no props, I'm actually headed to stage right. Now, the way that the El Portal Theater is set up is to cross from stage left to stage right. You actually go downstairs towards the dressing room and the green room area and like where the bathrooms that the cast can use. So it was down the stairs, down a hallway, through the green rooms, up the other stairs to the other side. Because I'm going to be waiting to help Lauren and Mariah with a quick change in just a couple scenes.
There will be no riddling in this house. It is beneath us, as all bridges shall be.
Sorry, Mom. Ransilda will never be a proper lady. A ball's no place for her.
Oh, what? And you think you'd be welcome, Putris? What do you think the prince would do if you came lumbering onto the dance floor?
Oh, okay, so you can riddle and I can't?
The humans like their women soft and shapely, like Ella.
Oh, Ella gets everything. She's making me self-conscious. Leave her alone, you bully. I ought to pop your head like a zit.
Yeah! Can we, Mom? Can we just kill her?
No! Unlike you two, Ella has her uses. The Ashmore family is a noble house. There are appearances we must maintain. I did just receive a letter from the Lord Griswold. He's sending his 2 whelps to the prince's ball, and we've been petitioned to play host.
The Griswold girls are coming here? I haven't seen sweet Justine or vivacious little Lucy since those summers at Honeyhold.
Mom, Ella knows we don't have any friends and she's rubbing it in.
Stop upsetting your sisters! Yes, the Griswold bitches are coming here. And you, Ella, are gonna throw them off our scent. That means cleaning this shithole from top to bottom. Removing every trace of troll infestation. The gunk, the grime, the cobwebs.
No! Not my cobwebs! I'm collecting those!
And I suppose I'll have to clean myself as well, to aid in the deception, of course.
I suppose.
I'll do my hair and rouge my cheeks.
And your fine dresses? You'll be needing those from the attic. Okay, so I lose all my cobwebs and she gets to dress as slutty as she wants? I hate this family! No one understands me!
Teenagers, huh, Mom?
Shut up!
Oh.
Well, Ella, what are you waiting for? You have a whole house to scrub. And you can start by wiping that stupid grin off your face.
Yes, stepmother, I will. When I was 4, I'd lay in bed and paint a picture in my mind. Then the next day, I take a pen and make it mine. And through the years, the canvas might have weathered away. But the paint, it still hasn't dried. I've been thinking about this day as long as I remember. And I've been dreaming about how I can make it last. And if I close my eyes, I can see the best in front of me. An endless light, a burning ember. This day will last forever.
When the day finally arrived, the house was
Quick intercut about that change there. That originally was buttons to fasten, and then our costume designer, Rebecca, changed that to Velcro, so Bryce could put it on quickly on stage. My mortal enemy. Okay, so I got magnets that weren't good enough, and I got a command hook to hang that thing on underneath the bookshelf. That was not good enough. And the command hook kept falling off, and that costume kept ending up on the ground. I feel like I'm only telling you guys about, like, the mistakes and the mess-ups. I give myself a solid B- across this entire show, but the failures and the mistakes do stand out quite loud in my memory compared to the nights where everything went smooth. And I did end up buying better command hooks, but I kept forgetting them in my car. And so I had good command hooks for the second week of performances. Forgot them 100% of the time. Never replaced. So yeah, never replace them. Oh well. Sorry, Rebecca, that the nice costume you made kept falling on the floor.
sparkling, and Ella's heart thumped so loudly she could scarce hear the rapping at the door.
Ladies Justine and Lucinda Griswold, the House Ashmore is honored to receive you.
The ladies Griswold are honored to receive your warm welcome.
Yes, we're all honored. Now sidestep the tedious formalities and kiss me.
Egads, this can't be our Ella. I remember a gawky creature all knees and elbows, not this flower in full bloom.
Gods be damned. They gave you the figure I prayed for.
Lucy, the gods don't err. Same old Lucy, despite father's best efforts.
Well, you must be weary from the road. Let me take your bags to your rooms.
Take our bags? Heavens, girl, leave them for the servants.
Oh, the servants are... Well, I relieved them so that they might rest and we might reacquaint ourselves away from prying eyes.
Fucking servants. They'll sell your secrets for a copper every time.
And yet, Ella shows them kindness. She's as beautiful inside as she is out. Lucy, I fear we've come this way in vain. The prince will take one look at Ella, and we will seem plain as cabbage.
Well, the prince can toss his full salad for all I care. Let us leave the proposals and politicking for the morrow. Today, let us be girls again. I want to sing and be silly and run barefoot through the glen.
Lucy, cover your ankles. There could be boys nearby.
Exactly.
It's like we never, ever dreamed of being.
Shall we round the maypole?
No, blind man's bluff. Can't reminiscing be something more than sweet.
And do you remember our secret language?
Of course. If I close my eyes, I can see the past in front of me, front of me, front of me. A blessed sight, being back together. This day will last forever. How tomorrow's not coming now. I'll laugh as much as my heart allows. We're making up for lost time. If only, if only, if only. No, nothing's gonna happen next. 'Cause this right here's as good as it gets. The stars are all in a line. I've been thinking about this day as long as I remember. All my life. I've been dreaming about how I can make you laugh. If only, if I close my eyes, I can see the best in front of me, front of me, front of me. An endless light, a burning ember. This day will last. Oh, it'll last forever.
The day was as perfect as she had dreamed. And as the sun began to set, Ella and her two dearest friends found themselves in the Wilderwood, beneath the branches of an old oak.
These woods are enchanting. Do you visit them often, Ella?
Every chance I get. This clearing was my mother's favorite. She was drawn to this old oak. I am too.
Oh, well, then it's the perfect spot for our picnic. I'm hungry for gossip. Tell us, Ella, have you kissed?
Of course she hasn't. Ella's a good girl.
I'm not. I'm rather wicked. I've kissed plenty.
In your dreams, maybe.
It counts.
I haven't kissed, but I have seen a cock.
Ella, in the henhouse, I hope.
Not I! Oh, spare no detail, Ella. Tell us, was it a steadfast little sentry or was he asleep at his post?
I didn't get that good a look. He was shitting in the river at the time.
Oh, how romantic.
Do you love him, Ella?
Well,
He was quite handsome, but he was also quite stupid.
well, they all are, darling. How rich is he? Should I go wading in the shit river?
Keep your claws off of Ella's stupid man, you awful girl.
She's not awful. She's wonderful. You both are. Forgive me.
Oh, Ella, what's wrong?
I didn't mean it about wading in the shit river. A boy will never come between us. It was a jest.
Well, sometimes you jest too much.
No, it wasn't that. It's just... I haven't been this happy since... Well, I suppose it all started here. In these woods. Under this old tree. It's where they found my mother. She'd laid a dead infant here amongst these roots. A stillborn, she was no murderer. They spied her dancing naked between 5 great fires. And the shadows danced with her. Witchcraft, they called it. And not even my father's good name could save her. The peasants dragged her into the square and burned her at the stake as I watched. Oh, Ella, it was not long after my father grew ill.
Say no more. Those unlucky days are over.
No, they'd only just begun. I mustn't say more for your sake, lest her evil eye be drawn to you too.
What do you mean, whose evil eye?
Are you in trouble, dear one?
I can't. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you.
Ella, you are our friend.
Our sister.
Yes, tell us the sky is red and we'll believe it.
My stepmother, she's not what she seems. She's beguiled the world with dark magic. She killed my father and the servants, she ate them. Her and her spawn, my ugly stepsisters, they belong under a bridge somewhere, not in my father's hall. My mother's bed. They're monsters, I tell you, they're trolls.
I knew I smelled something rotten from the moment we arrived.
So, you believe me?
Oh, my dear. Our bastard brother hunts trolls.
Yes, we are all too familiar with their carrion stench.
Oh, then perhaps after the ball, you might smuggle me away back to Honeyhold?
After the ball? Are you mad?
At nightfall, the trolls will wander free. We'll leave straightway before the sun sets.
Thank you. Thank you both. Oh, the gods are good.
Yes, they delivered us here to save you.
Did they? Or did they deliver you to me on a silver platter? And what's this I have here? A crab fork.
Okay, so it's crossbow time. The crossbow was the most expensive prop in the show. And I bought it in 2 sizes. I bought a medium crossbow and I bought a large crossbow. Because I'm like, oh, which one is going to be more, like, what's going to be a good read? What's going to be, like, convenient for, sorry about this frame that I've stopped on. What's going to be more convenient for Angela to carry? And the large crossbow came in first. And we are going to take a step back and look at it because it's so beautiful. It's got this ram's head carving on it. It's got real, like, heavy iron on the trigger. Oh, sorry, not you.
Have here.
No, stop. Okay, great. But as you can also see, it's giant. It's huge. And it can't, like, I was expecting it to be, I know it's hard to see because I was expecting the front to be, like, this wide and for it to be maybe, like, this long. And this monstrosity comes in and it's nearly 3 feet long. It's absolutely huge. It's so heavy. And I was like, this is too big. This isn't going to work. But I think it works really well, especially with, like, so the silhouette of Angela's character with, you know, like the large wig and the large sleeves. She does have, like, a very top-heavy character design. And I think the crossbow ends up looking amazing. Funny thing that happened, though, is when I assembled it during rehearsal. This didn't happen during performances, but during rehearsal, I had forgot to put a linchpin in that, like, by tension holds the bow portion of it together. And so she puts it in front of her, and the entire crossbow just, like, disassembled in her hands and fell to the ground. And I was backstage, stage right, doing something else, and I just heard it all fall apart, and I just yelled, "I'll fix it! I'll fix it!" and I did fix it, and it ended up working out great. Now for the actual crossbow bolts. There was a lot of discussion of like, how are we going to get these on stage? Are the Griswold girls going to have them in their pockets the whole time? Are they going to be holding it up their sleeves the whole time? Maybe we could hide it somewhere that they could pick it up during the picnic scene, because they would have to hold these crossbow bolts, have them ready for the entirety of the song. And it was finally decided that, you know what? In normal performances, pantomimed crossbow bolts. They are not going to be on stage. These are a pro shot only prop. These are not in the digital ticket. They were not in any of the performances seen. They were made, but there was just like, we would have had to sew pockets into the dress to hide them. The actors would have had to like pull them out secretly in order to use them. So instead, we just use them for the pro shot. So there's no points on these because they're only supposed to show up after they've already been shot into the actors. So they're shorter than a normal crossbow bolt. And then the same leather that I used for the skin on the book and the strap on Ella's bag at the beginning, it's that same texture. I just cut feathers and I painted it and I put it on these wooden dowels. And I think Lauren does fantastic shot in the neck acting here. During filming days, so there was a week of performances, a weekend of performances, and then a few days of filming, and then the second weekend of performances. But during filming days, I was surreptitiously getting a couple things off the monitor, and this is one of the shots that I like quietly filmed on the monitor on my phone. That never to show to anyone, just for me to have. And then I also recorded the entirety of Bryce's Ever After Happily. And I also recorded the song Watch, because the prop I am very most proud of the paint job on is in Watch. All right, here we go.
Stand up, Justine. I want to clear.
Wait a second. Sorry, there's a composited. Sorry, somebody took the time. It was probably Nick, right? Nick edits the pro shots. That, look, you can see it move just slightly out of sync with Lauren. Looks like Nick took an image of this crossbow bolt, because this is the shot. This shot is from, sorry, I shouldn't have just drawn eyes on this, but look, Nick took the time to composite in the crossbow bolts over the top of the shot. Hey, that looks great. Good extra effort, Nick. That looks amazing. Man, they put so much work into these pro shots. It's amazing. So, I don't think it's CGI, because they wouldn't have made a model of the arrow. I really think it's a PNG of the crossbow. That's, you know what? Maybe it is. But I really think it's a PNG of the crossbow shot that they've taken from another shot and then just comped in on top of it. Yeah, it's incredible. Okay,
stand up, Justine. I want a clear shot of that tummy. I don't want to damage that hide any more than I have to.
Justine, run. Get away from this place. I won't leave you. Ella! Stepmother, please have mercy.
Stop! Why? I gifted you this happy day, and now it's time to turn out the light.
Lucy?
You'll see her in hell, Justine.
You monster! I hate you.
Oh, you're breaking my heart.
With a tanner's blade, the wicked stepmother flayed Ella's poor friends like common game. And with magics both ancient and foul, she stitched 2 more suits of human skin.
Piltress! Grunzilda!
Oh, here's the other skin suits! Again, these costumes were, so we have simpler versions of the costumes done by Rebecca, simpler versions of the wigs done by Ollie, and then we've got the silicone masks painted up by me. There they are. They look horrible. You can see just how great the texture on the wigs look. Let's see if I can get a clearer shot of them. But they flop so well. They flop just great. But during this scene, I am quick changing. So Lauren and Mariah are acting through this scene while Ale is putting new wigs on them and I'm putting belts on and around them. So like Mariah is literally acting while I'm reaching around her and I'm like getting her new corset belt snapped up the back. And then so like Ale would put wigs on one actress while I was putting belt on one, and then they would switch and then come on stage. So all of this off-screen dialogue that you're hearing is concurrent with the quick change sequence. Man, I'm just so happy with how. Okay, so for believability in a prop, it's weight is one of the things that really sells it. So if this had just been the masks and the costumes, I don't think the flop would have been as convincing, which is why I made like silhouettes that went inside each of these. I had to stitch the wigs onto, I stitched and stapled the wigs onto the mask, but they only had to like drape up. I didn't have to make the hair lie down anyway. But anyway, this is a great moment of the show. I'm really happy with how the skin suits turned out.
Dresses for the ball!
Mom, they're beautiful.
Where do my arms go?
Not there! Redshilda, if you tear this, it will be the end of you.
It's too tight.
No, you're too fat. Now suck in your gut. Suck it in. Okay. Come out and give your mother a twirl.
Oh, yeah! Look at me! I look fucking sexy!
I think mine's on backwards. And what are the tits doing all the way up here?
Don't touch those!
You gotta shake your hips like this. Yeah, humans like a nice swinging ass.
No. Stop it! Okay? Close your legs. Close them. Stand up straight. Stick your chest out. Good. Now.
Forgot to mention, after putting the belts on the actresses, I would run downstairs to help Kim with her final costume preparations for her end of act entrance. And we are about to enter the corridor that is the second most stressful sequence in the show for me, because I have got to get gloves. I have got to get sparkly gloves on like 4 people in the most time crunch ever. So Kim worked with Gabriella for makeup and could get into her costume almost entirely by herself. My cat's doing shenanigans back there. The last thing I would do is put on Kim's gloves. But then there are a number of people that need gloves and capes in a very, very small window of time. And you guys, it was really stressful to try and get gloves on people in a hurry, because putting on gloves can go so wrong so fast. And I ended up, we should wait till we get to the end of the act, but asterisk in the gloves, because that sequence looms so large in my memory. And I was very bad at the first week. I was very bad on getting gloves on people. Second week, I had it, but by then the show was over.
Now purse your lips like this, like a duck. Uncross your fucking eyes! Straight. Okay. That's not bad. It's rather good, I think.
Yeah, everyone's gonna want a piece of this. Mama's hungry for some man jam.
Shut up! Our foolish prince has sown the seeds of his own demise. His knights and bowmen will serve him little when we outflank them in the bedchamber. Come, dogs. The ball awaits.
I skin my suits. I fillet my fish. Oh, yeah.
I don't forget my I just plucked them out of the shaft.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And isn't it a bitch?
I look good in this. My facade won't let me down. No one notices that my soul is inside out. What you see's not what you get. A booty trap for other boys. One look, they all come running. Who knew something hot could be slumming? I'm up on top, you're under the bed. You wanted a dime, but you'll be destroyed. My statue's got you stuck. This flesh has got you fucked. And I hear you're rich. I look good in this. My facade won't let me down. My truth is skin deep and ugly. No one notices that my soul is disavowed. I'm good to play the part.
Until I break your heart. No.
Tits back, shoulders out, eyes plucked. You bet I'm stitched up, lips bent, knees pumped, toes jammed. Girl, you know I'm stitched up. I'll try it on. I'll take it for a spin. Don't worry, doll. The fix is in. Where do I end? And my body begins. 'Cause everyone knows that beauty's within. I look good in this, my facade. I look good in this, my facade. No one notices my facade. No one notices my facade. I look good in this, my facade's a wicked gown. I will ruin this till it all comes crashing down. I'm gonna play the part until I break your heart.
Ella! I'm afraid I made an awful mess when I was skinning your companions. Take what's left of them and put it in the ground.
Do you like the song?
I look
Shut
good.
up! We sang it once, and we sing it once a day, not twice.
Ella did as she was bid, dragging the poor Griswold girls into the dark of the wood.
Okay, this is it. This is the prop with the highest effort for the least amount of screen time. And we're watching it with captions, so I had to turn the captions off because I even cover it up. You all need to know there are 2 mannequins inside of there. So I bought the 6-foot tall Halloween decoration mannequins that you can, dress up on Halloween and leave on your porch. And they were 6-foot tall, very square silhouettes. I tailored these mannequins down to be Mariah and Lauren's height and silhouettes. I tailored and I unstuffed and I restuffed, and then because the arms were down like this, I removed the arms and placed them so they'd be stretching up. And you can see one of the hands has flesh on it because it's supposed to look like a filleted hand. And then this tarp I dyed and I painted with red paint, and I painted the mannequins completely red and maroon and nasty flesh colored. Because originally in the script, Ella was supposed to pull these mannequins out in front of where the tree was, and the idea is we would see Justine and Lucy's bodies throughout this sequence. However, they, in the final staging, they kind of get in the way of the dancing. They pull focus from the more important parts, so they got demoted. So instead of a prop that was originally intended to be downstage and visible for a long amount of time, they were upstage. They're dragged across for 5 seconds. Y'all, there is still red paint splattered on my bathroom ceiling. I've tried everything I can to scrub it off. I'm just gonna have to paint it over from when I was painting this tarp, and I'm like, oh, it's gotta dry. I know what I'll do. And I throw it over the top of my shower curtain. Stupidest thing in the world, because I throw this tarp covered in red paint over my shower curtain and I get a spray across the ceiling. And I was like, oh my gosh. My parents came to visit me 4 weeks ago. I have only just, besides that spray on the ceiling of my bathroom, I have only just last month scrubbed all of the fake blood specks out of my apartment, because making the mannequins was really messy, making this tarp was really messy, making a couple of the other props ended up being super messy, because listen, I'm not an organized crafter. I've got to get into it, and I sort of got into it and got it all over everything everywhere. But we're gonna go slowly through this moment to enjoy every frame. So this tarp is tied up and stapled up. You can just see the shoulder and the hip of one of the mannequins here. And there you see that pretty gruesome filleted arm sticking out of the top. So there you go. And they dissolve to Jeff before it's even the whole way across the stage. So it doesn't even get its full screen time in the pro shot. So, and again, Bryce just selling fantastic acting that these cotton stuffed mannequins are it. But so there you go. That's my story. That's the highest effort to the least amount of screen time or stage time.
Something stronger.
Justine. Lucy.
Sorry to keep pausing through such an emotional scene. That is the one prop that I did not have to buy or source, because that plastic shovel is a reuse from Nerdy Prudes Must Die. That is the same shovel they used to dig up the Black Book in Nerdy Prudes. And there you go. So it was just nice. I didn't have to source another shovel. They already had one.
I'm so sorry. What's happening?
The earth quaked. Something stirred from its ageless slumber beneath that old oak. Something Ella's mother had failed to rouse with the many prayers and offerings. For it was not witchcraft that the Lady Ashmore practiced, but the mysteries that honored the goddess of all that is green and good. When the innocent blood of Lucy and Justine seeped into the soil, it trickled down to the goddess, scorching her like burning pitch. Her all-seeing eyes fluttered open, and the fairy queen of sweet dreams awakened once more.
Open your eyes, daughter of fire.
The light, it burns.
Yes, let it burn away the last of your tears.
What are you?
I am Fae. I am God. I am Mother.
Are you Phaedra? Goddess of love and light?
Phaedra. I know not this name, and I know a great many things.
Her statue stands in every church beside the 9 good gods.
Gods are not good nor evil. They simply are, and they are beyond your judgment.
Forgive me.
I have seen many gods rise and fall, all of them false, or lies from the race of men.
Please, no more. I have suffered so much, and now you take the comfort of my faith? Be gone, spirits! Be gone!
It was you who summoned me with the blood of the innocent and the righteous fury in your heart. 'Twas the beacon that guided me from my prison in the realm of death. Now, I shall repay thee. Tell me your sweet dreams, child of ash, and I will see them come true. What is thy desire?
My desire? I want only for the world to be a good and kind place.
You would lie to a god. Your pretty words are chains. Cast them aside and tell me, what is thy desire?
Revenge!
And revenge you shall have.
How?
I give unto thee these gifts. Use them well. Deliver our fire to those who have forgotten us. First, a knight to do thy bidding and slay thine enemies.
I have seen what passes for a knight in this kingdom. There is no man I would trust.
Not a man, my lady. But a knight nonetheless.
You're a frog.
Indeed, and the finest blade in all the swamp. They call me Sir Hopalot. I have no lands, no lily pads to my name. I have nothing save this sword and my heart. And both are yours, my lady.
Just pausing here to say, I'm going to talk a lot more about the puppets and the gloves and everything. I'm going to let the rest of Act 1 play out from here. And then during intermission, I'll talk about my work on the puppet costumes and the sword.
Sir Hopalot, you're the very frog I saved from the kitchen.
And taught me what true kindness was. It was that day I swore myself to your service. Now the magic of this fine fairy has granted me this form, and a squire to aid me in my quest. Where are you, Crumb?
Here I am, sir.
Crumb, take a knee before your sovereign.
Oh.
Forgive him, my lady. He is as green as summer.
He's a cute little mouse.
Yes, but don't hold that against him, my lady. Under my tutelage, he will one day fight with the skill of a frog.
You're right, sir. She's very pretty.
Pretty? Insolent boy. A newt is pretty. Our lady is the sun itself. Let any who say otherwise meet the killing end of my blade. You hear that? Are there any squirrels or badgers out there who dares test the metal of mine oath? Step forth and die. Ha! Ha!
Yeah.
Have at me!
Yeah.
That won't be necessary, Sir Knight.
Of course, my lady.
These noble companions will escort you to the prince's ball.
I'm going to the ball?
Not in those humble rags. Take my hand and come with me.
Where?
Beyond space, beyond time, to the end of all things. Lady Ashmore danced all alone at night in the thick of wild magic. Lady Ashmore burned at the stake in time for her clan to find her tragic. The flames of ruination take their hold of every soul and every throne. The house of Ashmore, no exception. Oh, a story so old, it's nothing when there's nothing left but a vengeful lust. Hopes are dashed and dreams are lost. When the light goes out, only fire is just.
Ella found herself floating on tides of nothingness. For in this place, at the end of time, that is all that remains, save one flickering mote.
What is that? That is the last bit of light in this eternal dark. From it I shall craft your final gift. Trappings of starlight. I forge you these three gifts. You forge me these three gifts. For your just intention. For my just intention. Against your opposition. Against my opposition. Use them wisely? Hardly. The house of Ashmore rises once again.
It rises once again. Is that how this ends?
Is that how this ends? That all depends. If you turn them all to ash and ash and dust to dust. It's turning lives and lives at its destruction. But God will see that your enemies rise. And for your final gift, I grant thee starlight. The last bit of light in eternal dark. Where all things return and all things will start. The dying ember of the flame of life. I shall craft this starlight. Forgive or forget, then I will pardon those I am meant to. I shall craft this starlight. Forgive or forget them, am I broken? Too late to avenge you. I shall craft this starlight. Ash and dust to dust, and it all returns to whence it's from. Hopes are dashed and dreams are lost, but the gods still know who's left to run. Ash, dust to dust, Cinderella must to the princess ball we go.
Castle on a hill.
I shall craft this starlight. Ash, dust to dust, Cinderella trust to radiate and glow. Oh, I shall craft this starlight. I shall wrap thee in these cinders, Elle. You shall be as radiant and terrible as I.
Lady Ashmore danced all alone at night in the midst of wild
Magic.
Oh my gosh, the screaming is me. The screaming is me. So we just, what you guys just saw was the second most stressful sequence for me in the whole show. So we're going to talk a little bit about this. So during Facade, Kim and Gabrielle they got it down to a science, and Kim's Fairy Queen quick change was, always ready to go. And all she needed was for me to put the gloves on, because these amazing gloves that Rebecca designed have like 2 levels of nails, like sparkly hooked nails. Incredible. I'm going to point out a mistake of mine that can be seen in the promotional photos. I didn't know that Kim had to have gloves on. So in the promo photos that they've released, she is not wearing her gloves because I didn't know where they were. And so even though that's like recorded forever in the promotional photos, which I just hate, because Rebecca made such a cool ensemble with this, they are on like for the show itself. Oh my gosh, you guys, these gloves, they haunt me. But this is when the puppets come out. This is when Hopalong and Crumb make it. So Nick made this puppet, and Nick clothed this puppet with the jeans and the chainmail and everything. But I made the armor that you see. Hiromi Hagane, welcome. This is Cinderella's Castle, a musical by Team Starkid. I was the props master, and I was also the wardrobe supervisor during the run of the show. So today we're watching the musical, and I am explaining a lot of the things I did to contribute. So I made the armor and I made the sword that you see on Sir Hop-a-Lot, and he is wearing an actual belt of mine that I thought I had lost because I forgot that I put it on the frog. So John, it's okay, I don't need the belt back, but John Madison got to keep the Sir Hop-along puppet, and so he technically has my belt. The sword is got a wooden handle wrapped in leather, and there is a fiberglass rod in the center of it. And then the rest of it is EVA foam, because this sword has to be used in a stunt sequence against other swords, so it needs like a strong core. So I did drive out to Utah to go to my parents' house so I could use tools in my dad's workshop. I used the lathe to turn the actual handle of the sword. And then like I said, it's wrapped in leather. There's like fake gems on the hilt. But what I really, really love about the hilt of the sword itself is the crossbar extends up into the blade itself, and it is a 3-toed frog foot on the blade itself. So that's just a touch I love very, very much. There is a thick padded leather ring hooked onto the belt that the sword can sit through. And then you'll see that Sir Hop's hands, oh my gosh, Nicole, hi! Sir Hop's hand is permanently affixed to that leather belt, that leather ring on the belt. So John, who's puppeteering with his non-dominant hand, can pull the sword out of the ring, and it still looks like Hop is keeping his hand on his hip, because like with Ragweed, the face is being articulated by John's dominant hand, and then all the fighting is being done left-handed. So John had to learn all of his fights and sword choreography left-handed, but that also means that the other fighters had to fight left-handed as well, so they could like match John and be opposite sides. So that was like a cool challenge that everybody stepped up for. So Matt Lang painted the armor, but the breastplate and the pauldrons are again made from EVA foam, and then I found a number of buttons to like affix the pauldrons on and everything. And something that's interesting about this is, so the pattern for the armor is from a couple of different Kamui cosplay patterns that I actually had to scale down. So I made several different scales. I printed out like, okay, is 60% the right size? Is 75% the right size? Is 85% the right size? Because this cosplay armor was intended for a full-scale human, and Sir Hop's torso is a little smaller. So out of cardstock, I actually made a couple different versions of this armor, like as a test to try on him first. And I believe it's like 85% of the original size. But because I made Sir Hop's armor and cape, and I made Crumb's cape, I had the puppets at my house for a couple weeks. And I got to dress the puppets, and so I made them sit on my couch, and we watched the entirety of The Boys while I was working on their costume pieces. The capes were a very particular challenge. Oh my gosh, Nick did such a good job with these puppets. I did such an incredible job with John's wig and John's facial hair. I love that it matches Sir Hop's facial hair. Oh my gosh, I love these puppets so much. And John did a fantastic job with a very challenging puppet. And I know that okay, so Sir Hop's feet are attached to John's feet. He has some boots that are literally nailed into the back of Sir Hop's boots so their feet move the same. I never was on the side of the stage that assisted John whenever he was changing out, but there's a bit where John's going to go off to stage left to Juliet, and Joey's going to go off stage right to me so we can get them in their robes and their gloves for the final sequence. But yeah, I mean, hey, okay, look, now here you can see a pretty good view of the frog foot on the frog foot on the blade. I will say this is one prop that I had to repaint a lot because this is one of the first props I finished and I didn't have the proper sealant that I would get later on. So the paint never had time to properly seal after I spray painted the blade silver, and that wouldn't have been too much of a problem, except this is the prop that sees a lot of wear and tear in the sword fight. So there would be some nights where the swords would clash and like silver glitter would fly off as the paint flaked. So because I feel so embarrassed telling you guys this because it was my first show doing this many props, and I did have to do 40 props in 6 weeks. And I do feel if I get the opportunity to do a show again, I will know how to budget my time better. Because before this, I'd only done like 1 or 2 props for a single costume or for like a single holiday or event. So it definitely was a huge challenge, but somebody start playing a sad violin. I am so grateful for the opportunity I had to work on this show because this was during a time when I was the show I had been working on in the animation industry. The show I'd been on for the last 4 years didn't get renewed. And so I was unemployed. A lot of people were in the animation industry last year because it was when we were negotiating contracts as part of the animation guild, and there were just business slowed down and a lot of people in the animation guild were out of work for a big stretch of 2024. And so I am so grateful that Starkid paid my rent for 4 months of like the nearly a full year that I didn't have a job. So I'm really, really grateful for the stuff I got to do and therefore feel really, really bad about the stuff that I messed up on. But like I said, overall, I think I give myself a B- for my first show and I'm really looking forward. I hope I get the chance to do it again. Anyway, so I had to take this sword home, sand it down every night because I couldn't just paint over the chipped paint. So I had to take the sword home, sand it down, respray it, and reseal it in the middle of doing, like, you know, my nightly 4 batches of laundry. So it was, and it never, the paint just never had a chance to properly cure. It was better in the second week, but yeah. A Crumb's sword looked beautiful from start to finish, though. And speaking of...
It was that fairy, his
where are you, Crumb?
He's a cute little...
Yes, but don't hold it against him. So, Crumb and Sir Hop, their capes are made of the same material. Literally, Nick gave me a big rectangle square and said, we want the capes to be made of the same material, but this is all of this material that we have. So I couldn't mess up because I wouldn't have extra fabric to do it again. So it was a bit of a logic puzzle because these capes aren't just 2 rectangles. Both of these capes are like tailored sets of triangles and rectangular panels sewn together. So they have kind of like the swoop and the flare when they spin. You can see it a lot better on Crumb. But like if Crumb's cape were lying on the ground, it would almost be a full circle, but it's a combination of rectangular and triangular panels. And then also his little collar that turns up. So the lining inside Crumb's cape is a different fabric. It's a shiny maroon I already had on hand. So like where the collar turns down and the inside of the cape that you can see, I lined that with another material. Because again, weight is one of the things that makes a prop or a costume more convincing. And also gives it this really nice heavy swish when Crumb moves around. There's also holes, like deliberate holes where the elbow rods for Crumb's hands poke out of the back of the cape. And I see your question, Hiromi, so I'm going to finish this and then I'll address that. Joey did ask me to cut a hole in the back of Crumb's cape so he has better reach into Crumb itself. And that was just one of the things I didn't, because this particular fabric, if you cut it, it unravels quite quickly because it's a very curly type of fabric. And ergo, I couldn't sew it on the machine that I just have at my house. Everything in these capes was hand stitched. And so they ended up taking longer than I thought. That's why I had to watch all of the boys before I got it done. So Joey, this is for you. I'm so sorry I never got that hole in the back of Crumb's cape for you, and that you always had to go underneath the cape to access it. I hope the cheese made up for the lack of the hole in the cape. But I was... So yeah, I had my one rectangle of fabric, so I took just scrap fabric to do a practice version of both of the capes, and then I laid out my single rectangle, and I had labeled all of my pieces of the practice capes, and I had to do like a one of those logic jigsaw puzzles to make sure I could cut every single piece out of the one rectangle of fabric I had. Hiromi, to answer your question, I don't think it's ever too late to become an animator. I think you could pick up any skill set at any time. I was able to break into the animation industry because while I went to college for animation, and while I was in school, I started applying for internships. I never got a single internship anywhere that I applied, but I started getting to know the recruiters. And so when I would send them new stuff every year, they were able to see like my growth and my progress. So it took me many years of trying, while I was in school, and then a full year after I graduated before I got my entry-level position. My recommendation to you is find out specifically what you want to do as an animator. So like, I'm a storyboard artist, because I know I wanted to be a director, and a lot of directors come from being board artists. So if you really want to be a character designer, I would start, like, this is just an example. If you really want to be a character designer, I would start finding people who are character designers and see if you can find their online portfolios. If you want to be a storyboard artist, see if you can find the story reels or portfolios of working storyboard artists. Check out their work, check out the portfolios and the websites of people who are currently working in the industry if you want a good comparison of like the level of skill that recruiters are looking for. I hope that helps you out. Anyway, back to Cinderella's castle. After Crumb and Sir Hop leave, like I said, John is going to go off to Juliet, so Juliet can help him out of Sir Hop. And then Joey and Crumb are going to come over to me so I can get Joey's cape on and Joey's gloves on. You guys, these gloves. Okay, so the first week it was just a mess because, like I said, we didn't get slow practices of the cape and gloves. We had to do it up to speed even from the first time. I think next time I work on a show, I'm going to ask during tech week or during rehearsal for a slow, let's figure out the best way to do this. Because I did eventually find out the best way to do this, which was to pre-stack the capes upside down, all bunched up, so that when I hold it up, basically the top of the shirt, I'm looking down the neck hole. The back of the shirt is away from me. So I'm holding it by the back of the shirt, and like the front of the neck is here. So Joey would come up to me, and then I'd have to do this for Jeff as well. And I'd hold my bunched up cape so they could see me through the hole, and they could put it over their heads. And once they had it on, they could situate it around their neck, and then I could pull the cape down and made sure it draped correctly. And then I did something similar to that with the gloves, where I would like bunch up the gloves really small. And I would hold it so it was pointing to them, so their thumbs were near the center. And so I would start with, I'd hold up the glove, and if it was for their left hand, I'd wait for them, and I'd hold the glove very obviously to the left, so they knew to give me that hand, and then the other side to know very obviously to the right, so they knew to give me that hand. There was, I think, 2 performances where I did not get Jeff's gloves on in time. One of them might have been dress rehearsal, and one of them might have been performance, but I just remember very vividly just standing backstage being like, Jeff's got two of his own fingers and 1 finger of the glove. Whoops. better luck next time. And it's very stressful because Jeff is going to have one final line as the narrator. And then we only had something like between 20 to 40 seconds to get his cloak and glove on before he has to enter with the ensemble. But once everybody's capes were on, and before the show would start, I would go to every single person and be like, hey, do you have your gloves? Because I don't want to stress people out before the show. When what I want to do is grab every person and be like, show me your gloves! Show me your gloves right now! We never did that. It was a very cool backstage experience. But that was on my pre-show checklist, is I would have every actor show me their gloves at their dressing table if they were putting them on themselves. And then I had labeled baggies for Joey's and Jeff's gloves. The one costume piece that did get misplaced for sure during the show were Joey's gloves. You know, I had all that panic trying to keep track of Joey's socks. My mind knew something was up. I actually completely lost Joey's gloves one night. They didn't make it back down to the dressing room, but we had an extra pair, so I just got out another Ziploc bag, and I'm like, Joey gets the extra pair. Nobody else can lose their gloves. We ended up finding Joey's gloves in a box with the night costumes later. So, I think there was a night in the second week where Joey's like, the handwriting on my bag is different. And I'm like, you have new gloves. Congratulations. So, yes, that was the one piece I lost, is Joey's gloves got misplaced for a day, but then he had 2 pairs. All right. Then in between, so once everybody's capes and gloves were on and everybody's on stage and we're all in the wings getting chills from Kim and Bryce and everyone's performances, it's time for intermission. Most of the actors are getting their own looks together during intermission, and so my role in intermission was Bryce's costume. So I would head downstairs if she needed time to use the restroom, like a couple minutes to like bring her voice down, water, like she had her own like time to take care of that. But once I got everybody's gloves on in Ash to Ash, I would head downstairs and I would take the ball gown down and I would unlace it and I would have it ready and waiting, kind of set on the floor for her to step into, and I would lace it up. Intermission was not a break for Bryce because I had to get her into the dress and Gabriella had to get her new makeup look and Ale had to get her new wig on. So, Bryce got no breaks during intermission, and we will talk a little bit more about the dress during her entrance. I will just flag a couple props before we get to the ball, and then hopefully I can let the show play for a while. The martini glasses were a last minute ad. The narrator is going to hand the prince a martini glass. That is resin. It is plastic because remember, no real glass during the performance. And I bought 2 of these because Angela requested a glass for a later scene. And that would be spray painted gold. One of 2 food props is in the ball scene. I will talk about that one when it shows up because that one's really fun and has a lot of cool detail behind it. But Crumb shows up with a block of cheese, and the block of cheese was a last minute Tech Week request that I went home and I made it in a night. It is 3 layers of like mattress foam stacked up on top of each other and just cut like a cake slice, and I literally like glued it together with glue. And then I took my Dremel tool and I carved out holes. And then I had a very thin white EVA foam. So I was using 10 millimeter for the armor and then 5 millimeter white foam for this cheese. And just like fondant over a piece of cake, wrapped it around the cheese, glued it all down. Again, Dremel tool to get the dents and the holes in. Air dry clay smudged in the holes to like block the foam in, and then I just painted it all bright yellow. And so I made the cheese toot sweet. And then Joey made a request for a hole cut in the back of the cheese so Crumb's hand could hold the cheese itself. The day we took the promotional photos is the day that I brought the cheese to set. So if you look in the promotional photos, there is no hole in the back. You can you can just see the whole cheese, and Joey's just holding it in his normal human hand. But I ended up cutting a slice out of the back of that later, so he can just stick it on the end of Crumb's hand. And so you'll see that Crumb can hold the cheese, and Joey doesn't have to do it. You know, he doesn't have to feed him like a dolly. Crumb can eat the cheese himself. I think until we get to the dresses entrance. Okay, did everybody have a good intermission? Did you get a lot of fun information about backstage at Cinderella's castle? Great. While we're here in intermission, I'd like to remind you all again, the guy who didn't like musicals, Starkid's next show, is currently kickstarting. And I would very much like it to be a huge success because Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals is my favorite of their shows. So, there we go. All right, intermission's up. It is time for Act 2.
Lords, ladies, all citizens of the realm, presenting your indomitable, indubitable, magnetic, majestic, and most charming prince.
You forgot well hung. Fucking asshole. Welcome everyone to my father's castle. Tonight, at this grand ball, we celebrate my imminent nuptials. Should any amongst you be worthy? Well, I'm ready to be swept off my feet, ladies. Good luck, and let the frivolity begin!
Tell me, daughters, have you ever seen a more repulsive cornucopia of stinking man flesh?
Man flesh, yum yum! God, I'm so fucking nervous! I'm gonna sweat through my skin suit! What do I say when I meet the prince?
You won't say anything. You will stand there and look as fuckable as you can muster.
Do you think the prince will like me, Mom?
No, no one likes you. You want them to lust for you. Don't be fooled by the manfolk's pleasantries. Underneath their silken satin, they are swine. Take thy tiny plump cocks betwixt thy fingers, and they will become your willing slaves.
Is that how it was with you and Dad?
Oh, please. Your father was a real troll. We did battle across the bridge of Fell Doom. We plumaged to his lair for a night of slime and seed, and in the depths of my ecstasy, I tore the head off his shoulders. For only one may leave the mating hole alive. That is the troll way.
Oh, how romantic.
Yeah. I love hearing about my dad.
The humans play a more tedious game. You must tease the prince. Lure him in with your wits and wiles.
Okay. Flirt, fuck, and then rip his head off?
Not yet, imbecile.
Yeah, stupid. Yeah, ugly. Mom!
And here, my prince, the Lady Ashmore, as I'm sure you'll recall.
Ah, yes, from the river. And who are these pretty young things?
My name is Putris.
It means vomit-inducing.
And I'm not supposed to say anything.
Right. Okay, well, who's next, Thaddeus? Yes.
Wait, he hates me!
Stop him!
Halt!
Excuse me?
You shall not pass! Until you answer me this riddle, see?
Ratchet!
Windless I blow, oathless I take the knee, handless I milk the snake. What am I?
I don't know. What are you?
Take me to your bedchamber and you'll find out!
Oh! What a wit! Thaddeus, did you get it? Windless she blows. On her knees. Oh, nothing splits my sides quite like a blowjob joke. Perhaps the Ashmore tree does bear fruit.
Not just fruit! I got melons! Forget melons! I've got tits!
Oh, you sure do. Oh, how can I possibly choose between the two of you? Thaddeus, can I wed them both?
Not without another war against the church, sire.
Oh, okay, I choose... No, no, wait a minute. Who's that?
Okay, can I hear some commotion for the dress? Now, Rebecca, our costume designer, made just an incredible costume piece with this. So she purchased a LED light up dress and then put this gem green tulle overlay on top of it, because Ella's green colors are to connect her to the Fae Queen of all that is green, right? Like Sir Hop and the Fairy Queen, like green is Ella's color through the show. This is the most stressful part of the show for me, because after I've gotten Bryce laced in her dress, and she's getting her makeup done, redone, and her new wig replaced, I have to pull out my phone and open up the app that controls the dress. So I am in the wings, controlling the color of the dress. You'll see it change during Neon. But the app was pretty good, but it would always take between 3 to 5 minutes for the controller in the dress and the app on my phone to talk to each other. So there's always like this question of like, what if the dress doesn't light up tonight? Or what if Bryce walks on stage and it's in like the default red color? But once, I don't know that, at the beginning that all the actors knew that I was controlling the dress on an app, because I remember there was one point before Hop and Crumb come out that Ella's on stage, and either Joey or John tried to ask me a question. They were off stage and they were just asking me something, and I just had to like hand in their face, finger to their face, be like, I'm sorry, I can't. Which I realized during the show makes it look like this thing on my phone is more important than a question that the actor has. So I did go up to them later to explain that, hey, just so you know, I'm doing the lights on Ella's dress. I can't talk to you at this point of the show at all. So there were 2 battery packs for the dress. So every night I would take one out and I would plug it into the wall to charge. And so there would always be one in the dress and one charging. And so during halftime, during intermission, as I was setting the dress out for Bryce to step into, the thing I would do is take the most charged battery pack and like wind it up into the dress and plug it into the pocket where it belongs. And this was a lot of fun, and it was brighter live than it is on camera. The glow is very soft on camera and it's still really beautiful. But it just, live in the theater, it looked so good. Rebecca did such an amazing job putting this costume together. And there's me during Neon just with my phone on the light slider being like, because here's the thing, we can't have the, oh, good night, Sam, thanks so much for coming. We can't have the dress lit up all the time while she's backstage too, because it would be visible from like the far edges of the house. So I do also have to turn her dress on and off anytime that she's on stage for the remainder of this. All right. And then there's one other quick change that happens during this ball that's not super remarkable, but Jeff is going to go off stage to become captain of the guard. And I helped him put his tabard on, and there's ties down either side of it. And Kim, great. Kim would always tie up one side of the tabard, and I would always tie up the other, so he'd be ready in a flash. All right, let's watch. Actually, there was something I wanted to. Sorry, I had to fix something on my sound. I forgot that I was going to do this. the show might be a little quieter. It's getting near quiet time hours in my apartment. So I'm going to try and talk softer and but I'll like pump up the Discord controls. So hopefully the show quality won't drop for you guys. But here we go. Let's keep going through Act 2.
So long as they remained upon Ella's feet, the good fairy's power would work to see Ella's sweet dreams come true. Here at the ball, the slippers cloaked her in a glamour. None would know her as the town's pariah, but as a beguiling stranger, mysterious as she was beautiful.
Everyone's staring at me.
Oh, the fairy queen spoke true. They're bewitched by the magic of the slippers.
Don't touch the slippers!
Oh.
Insolent boy!
Sorry.
They're bewitched by my lady's loveliness and poise.
Oh.
But fear not, no man shall approach thee whilst I draw breath.
Except for the prince, of course.
If he is worthy, we shall cross swords and see.
You will not duel the prince.
But I must. I cannot entrust your care to a man with no skill at arms. 'Tis a part of any proper courtship, my lady.
This is no proper courtship. I'm not here to win the prince. I'm here to ensure that they don't.
It matters not. I shall not leave your side. It is my vow, my solemn oath.
And is it not also your oath to serve me?
Of course.
And do anything I ask?
To the letter.
Then would you kindly wait outside in the courtyard? You're making a scene.
Outside?
It would please me greatly.
And I am still an honorable knight?
The most honorable.
You hear that, Crumb? Most honorable.
Congratulations, sir.
Oh, go now. He's coming.
If you should need me, make the call of a whippoorwill, and I'll be at your side, ready for battle.
Yes, thank you.
Make the tweet of a titmouse, and I'll be sure to stay away.
Be gone, frog!
By the grace of the 9 good gods, such beauty, such brilliance, I never dreamed I'd meet one of heaven's stars.
Did you ever dream you would dance with one?
Sight unseen, I stand before you, witness to a luminescent goddess.
Sorry to interrupt the top of Neon. It is a really good song. It is harder to see in the pro shot. It's a little more obvious on stage. But anytime the prince is singing, the lights in Ella's dress are purple. So keep your eye on the hem of her dress. But when the prince is singing, the hem of her dress turns purple. And when she's singing, it turns green. I did that on my phone.
Fields of green, my eyes have served their purpose. Do I risk their blindness? You walking, looking like a neon light. No sense in turning you off. You know I will not ever sleep at night if you leave the light on.
What's its power? I see outside myself.
Is it the echo of future starlight? A moth to flame, I'm drawing toward this ember. My want for you is now my pain. If I see it, can I touch it? If I feel it, will I love it? You walking, looking like a neon light. No sense in turning you, no sense in turning you on. You know I will not ever sleep at night if you leave the light on. I think I'll leave the light on. I think I'll leave the light on.
fire than my space and time.
Let me be your martyr.
Radiate my life.
You know I will not ever sleep at night. You know I will not ever sleep. You're walking, looking like a neon light. No sense in turning you off.
Mom, she's stealing my boyfriend. What she have that we don't got?
All right, eagle-eyed viewers will have seen Jeff very quietly pick up his sword from behind the bookshelf where he left it during the dance. But here we have the chamber pot prop. So this chamber pot is a mixing bowl from IKEA because it had to be a food-safe bowl. And I couldn't paint anything inside of it. So we know the royal colors were red and gold. There was some talk of having a royal crest. That's why there's that empty spot on the front, because the thought was like, oh, maybe we can put a crown in there or the royal sigil. But I also think it looks really solid as is. So I basically masking taped out any area that's red outside. And it's not painted a solid white. And I know this isn't visible on stage and it isn't visible in the pro shot, but it is actually painted with like veins in different colors to look like porcelain and a little bit of like brown dribbles down the side, a bit of staining. Lauren is eating chocolate cake. So she and I sat down before the show to talk about what she would like her chamber pot snack to be made out of. I'm like, we can do a candy bar, we can do like a no-bake cookie, and I also, so like we decided chocolate cake. I offered to make it, but she had some dietary considerations and she was more comfortable making her own cake. And I'm like, absolutely, that's so great. So we had 2 weeks of the show. At the start of each week, Lauren would bake me a sheet cake made exactly how she liked it. I would take it home and wearing food-safe gloves, I would portion out the cake and mold it into, let's just say, little patties. And that was also discussion. I'm like, would you like a log? Would you like a patty? And it was determined patties. And I would partition 2 or 3 patties as like a backup for each show in Ziploc bags in my freezer. So when I came to set, before the show each day, part of my pre-show checklist is I would take the frozen patty and I would put it in the fridge in the green room I had a little box in there that was like props only, do not eat. And then as part of Juliet's track, our assistant stage manager, because she was stationed on stage left where this prop lived, Juliet would, with gloves, take the Ziploc bag of the now thawed out cake and would turn it inside out and leave it in the bottom of the bowl for Lauren to take out. And then I would take the chamber pot home at night and I would wash it because, it had food in it during the day. So really fun prop. Love watching the 3 trolls share this, chamber pot snack here. And do you know what? After I partitioned all of the servings off, did I try some of the chocolate cake? Yes, it was great. Lauren did a delicious job. So there you go. That is the chamber pot special.
What's that?
It's the only thing I could find that looked any good.
That's a chamber pot.
You want some?
No,
Yeah.
put that back. Listen. Methinks this isn't over yet. We must simply limit the prince's options. He has one too many. You there! Guard!
Yes, Mom?
I have a job for you. 2, actually. One requires my hand, and the other requires yours.
Not sure I follow, Mom.
You will. Piggy, piggy, piggy.
Oink, 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 oink. Oink, oink.
Perry! Thrust! No, mind your footwork, Crumb.
Sorry, sir. I tripped on my tail. This is such a large sword for such a small mouse.
A knight is not measured by the size of his strength, Crumb, but by
The strength of his heart?
No.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
By the sharpness of his mind.
Oh.
You must heed my lessons, boy, if you are ever to learn the true meaning of honor.
Yeah.
For a knight is nothing without it.
Huh?
His blade is honor.
Huh?
His plate is honor. And his shield is...
Honor!
Of course not. What would give you that idea? A knight's shield is stoicism, my boy.
Oh, I see.
You do not. You still have much to learn, I'm afraid.
Yes. It seems I'm wrong no matter what I say.
And that is where you're wrong, my boy. Now, again. Petty. Petty. Fast. Oh.
I had too much cheese.
Yes.
Come, my star, join me on the veranda. There's a lovely view of the gardens, the topiary, though I'm sure they pale in comparison to your lovely bush. How I long to be its gardener.
Oh, the things you say, my prince.
You know, I've always... You know, I've always viewed marriage as a prison. Should my tempest of sexual charisma be bound to just one woman? What a tragedy that would be for the gentlest sex. But now, I've seen the light. My star shines upon me. Marriage with her would not be a prison. The rest of the world would be a prison from her cunning. Oh, wow. That might be the most romantic thing I've ever said. There's a song in there somewhere. Thaddeus! Thaddeus!
Yes, my prince.
Take a note. Something about a prison and cunny and... do you remember what it was? I'm quite full of wine.
Perhaps my prince could do with a trip to the vomitorium.
Perhaps. You are correct. Thaddeus, do not let this one out of your sight until I return. I shall purge my belly of this wine and fill it with the sweet nectar of my lady's flower.
So James is headed off stage to me for the most complex costume change I have to do during the course of the show. So both James and Kurt are going to head back to me to become royal guards for the next scene. So this involves really beautiful, complex guard costumes, which is black sweatpants. For James, other black boots. Kurt gets to keep on his own same boots. A sweater, a tunic, a tabard, a mail cowl, cloth cowl, then a mail cowl, and gloves. So there's James and Kurt would take off as many of their own costume pieces as they could, and I remember just having so much fun figuring out what's the logical and most efficient way to get them into these night costumes. And a lot of, after I finished the dress moment for Neon, I would spend the next 5 minutes that we just saw on stage laying out these night costumes. Because after they leave, you'll see them leave during the sword fight. After the fight call, they're coming backstage to me to immediately get back into Prince and Thaddeus. So they both had to do a full costume change into guard and then a full costume change back out of guard. And just the thing that was most important is I needed them always to give me their chain cowl, because you can't just drop the chain cowl on the ground or into a box, because then it would clatter, clatter, clatter. But yeah, I'm on stage right, and I'll be on stage right for almost the rest of the show at this point. And I know the way that I've been talking is like, oh, I do this, and I go here, and I do this, and it's because you're only hearing my track, it's sounding like I did so much during this show. But you have to realize that all of the stage hands, we each had a track as complex as this. And the actors themselves have tracks as complicated as this. The lights are not automated. The sound is not automated. Our stage manager, Paul Gabriel, is calling every light cue and every sound cue that you hear, and it's all being done live. So the full crew, all of us had run tracks on this show with as many moving pieces and like complex moving parts as you can imagine. And it takes like both the cast and the crew. And also, listen, the band is on stage, like in front of the audience performing the entire time as well. So like, there's really nothing like live theater is the goofy way to say it. But like, what you're seeing here over the course of 2 hours is like a dozen people intently focused on these very complex to-do lists that end up making, hopefully, seamless stage magic for the audience to watch. And Willow Wickertop does say it's cool getting to hear a specific track in depth. I wonder if I could bully anyone else into doing this. And by bully, I mean ask nicely. But Schnickles has also pointed out in chat that the guy who didn't like musicals Kickstarter is only like $300 away from reaching $500,000. And that would, oh my gosh, and how it's only $240 away. Hey chat, I know some of you have already donated. I love you and thank you. If none of you have pitched into the guy who didn't like musicals Kickstarter, maybe just like $5. If you get $5, you get your name in the credits. Ooh. I really want that show. I want that show to be as fancy as it could possibly be.
Ew.
It's a wonder he's been rejected by all the reputable houses.
Oh, so my house is of ill repute?
I didn't say that.
No, perhaps you meant in disrepair, to put it delicately.
I'm just trying to make pleasant conversation.
Try harder.
I meant no slight to the honor of your house. To be fair, I have no idea who you are, so it can't be very reputable either way.
And what house do you hail from, sir? Oh, pardon. Sir is what you call a knight. How do you address a servant?
Kindly, I suggest. We do prepare your food and guard you while you sleep.
Yes, well, since we're giving advice, speak more gently to someone who could have you broken on the wheel. Good night, Tedious.
It's Thaddeus. Wait, my lady, please. Forgive me, I was instructed to entertain you in my prince's absence.
This is my favorite non-musical scene.
Is it your habit to disobey commands?
Let's start over. I apologize for any and all offense. Not accustomed to having my cleverness matched or even noticed.
Oh, I didn't notice any cleverness on your part.
And I set you up for that one. And I'm entertained even if my lady is not.
I didn't say that.
So, you must be pleased. The prince is looking for a bride. He'll choose you, obviously.
Really? What makes it so obvious?
Well, who wouldn't? That is to say, the prince is a simple-minded man. He responds to visual stimuli, ergo, vis-a-vis, there's the dress and the...
Is this the first time you ever told a girl she's pretty? Because you're making a dreadful mess of it.
Anyways, what I cannot fathom is how a woman of your wit find anything remotely alluring about the prince.
Oh, well, he's gorgeous and has a castle. What's so hard to fathom?
I oft forget the castle.
But he is also perhaps, and pardon me for saying this about your sovereign, the most repulsive man being I've ever met.
Well, that's treason.
No, that's reason.
So, if not for love, you must be here for the crown.
The crown? Speaking truth, I
had not thought that far ahead.
Well, then perhaps you better. For the prince will choose a bride tonight. But I must warn you, it will not be a happy marriage. The prince is much like his father, spoiled, weak, and witless. If anyone is to rule, it will fall to his lady wife. She will bear every responsibility and partake in none of the glory. Is that what you desire? To become queen?
No. I don't want that. How could I bear such a burden?
And you are wise, my lady, to view rule as a burden, not as a birthright. So, why don't I just lose track of you? Run from this place. Leave the throne to one of those greedy nobles who covets it. For none could be a worse ruler than our prince. Hell, I'd even take one of those vulgar Ashmore girls.
No, you wouldn't. You're wrong, Thaddeus. There are masters far worse than your prince. And if I must claim the throne to keep it from their clutches, then so be it. Those who would bring rot and ruination to this land, those who would squander and devour till nothing is left, those who would defile the throne must burn away in the fires of justice.
You're right. We can't just kill the king, can we? How would that work?
I'm not talking about the king.
Neither am I. I didn't say anything. This never happened. The night has taken us all places that we dare not go. Enjoy the party, my lady.
And then he runs over to me with his costume change.
A queen? Is that what it would take to ruin her designs? Is that my sweet dream?
Just as the rain might fall, I've been bracing for years. Has living with pain eroded the last of my fears? Am I ready? Kings rise, kings fall. When hope dies, is a queen called? Will it ever after happily? Will it ever after happily? If it feels like a burden, I know that I'm on the right track. All I know is that. If it lightens the load, I know there must be a catch. So what else is attached? When the tide's high, green grows. Is it my time? Or was it long ago? Will it ever after happily? Or will it all turn to dust? Will it ever after happily? Like everything that I touch, will it ever after? And it might not be for me, oh no. But if it spares them from these chores, then I'll keep stepping the stones that come unnaturally. When I was 4, I lay in bed and paint a picture with my thoughts. Then the next day, I couldn't wait to use my brush. And through the years, I still remember the picture that I'd paint.
It was of everyone that I've lost. I've been thinking about if I close my eyes. I was raised to be appraised, my path was paved, dresses made, princess bride to be. You don't wanna know it. If life is so burden, and my thoughts are crazy now. I was living with pain, eroded the last of my fears. Am I ready?
Well. Looks like someone made some fans tonight. And some enemies too, I'm sad to say. Got myself a pretty payment to do you in. Sweetest 5 seconds of me life.
I had originally planned to make the guards swords as well because I'm like, oh my gosh, I love making swords. I'm gonna make 1,000,000. And then I was like, girl, save your own life. Buy those swords. So those are LARP swords. They're rubber with a fiberglass center. So I just made Hop's sword and Crumb's sword, and then I bought these 3 LARP swords. And again, if I could go back in time, I would probably keep one of these swords. I'm noticing now that Jeff's tabard isn't tied closed in this shot, which means that this either happened during pro shot time and I would have been working on something else while they were filming this scene, or I somehow slacked off and didn't tie his tabard during the show. I hope that's not me. I'm going to keep an eye on it and see if the tabard changes from shot to shot continuity-wise.
Stay away, the prince will be back.
Oh wait, it is tied. The ties are black. I thought the ties were white. Never mind. 0 mistakes here. The tabard's perfect and nobody messed up. But do you guys see these complex guard costumes? Do you see what these guys are wearing? I forgot to add in they also have a sword belt that has to be tied in a sword belt knot. And then they're going to have to change out of these after the fight. So once the guards, spoilers, lose during the fight, they're each going to run back off to stage right and come to me. And we're going to work together to get them back into their ball outfits.
Any minute.
Oh, this won't take long, love. Get up, boys!
Halt and turn, vile rogues!
Sir Hop-a-Lot, hop away! There are 3 of them and 1 of you!
Indeed, milady, they're quite outmatched.
It's a fucking frog.
A knight, sir, and I'll have your tongue for speaking such filth in my lady's presence.
I'll take care of this one.
Shout out to Kurt.
What the? You're beaten. How am I doing, Crumb?
You're doing great, sir. You beat them all off.
Phrasing, Crumb.
Oh, sorry.
Ha ha! Ha ha! You're beaten.
Oh, good job, sir.
All right, Froggy. You know what they say. If you want something done right, yourself's gotta do it. I'll never do the same thing twice.
He kind of did the same thing twice, sir.
I'll fight you like a man.
Ha! 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 Milady! Oh.
Look me in the eyes while I kill you.
Oh, I can't look.
Just kidding. Aha! You're beaten.
Good job, sir. You did it.
Leave your sword, sir. You forfeited the moment you forfeit your honor.
That's no frog. That's a bloody demon!
Begone, milady. I'll handle this rabble. Crumb, guard her with your life.
Yes, sir.
Sir Hopalot, I had no idea that you were so... Thank you.
You need never thank me, milady. It is I who must thank you.
Be safe, Sir Knight.
Milady! Ha! Who's next?
Hurry, milady! Through the garden to the gatehouse beyond! Don't wait for me!
You're falling behind. Would you like me to carry you?
Oh, it would shame me to even ask. But if you commanded it, then I suppose you could carry me.
All right, come on. Oh, you're so warm.
Oh, yes. It's my pink belly, milady. You can rub it if you want. I trust you.
Oh, you're so soft.
Oh, I'm getting sleepy.
There you are, sweet girl. I heard some commotion on the veranda, and I feared you'd be fallen some ill fate.
So, you really don't recognize me, do you?
Of course I do. You're the mysterious maid who beguiled our charming prince. I'm so happy for you. Come, let me take you to him.
I'm not going anywhere with you.
Oh, my child, you wound me so. I only wish to...
Put a dagger in my back.
Clever whore!
Okay, that is the absolute cheapest plastic knife that I could find. And then I painted it. I got some really, really nice chrome spray paint for the swords. So I painted this up and then I put all this wood grain on the handle. So it looks nice. But again, you know, no metal, no glass. It's just a dinky plastic knife and it's Angela's acting that brings it to life. Jess, I see you. I hear you. I'm trying to fix it. I'm also trying to be a little more quiet because there is a kid on the other side of that wall. Is that better? I'm trying to talk quieter because the baby is sleeping. It's all right. I got it. It's up.
But still, there can only be one queen of this castle.
And it won't be you or your disgusting daughters. You don't belong on the throne. You belong under a bridge.
How dare you? You don't know who you're speaking to.
And you're speaking to your future queen.
Never!
My lady!
Get off me, you horrid little rat!
Crumb! Oh! Run, milady!
You're not going anywhere, you little bitch!
Unhand me, you vile, wicked troll!
Troll, am I? I'll show you troll!
Wait a minute. How could she know? There's only one human who... No. It can't be.
So we had a number of props thrown around in this scene. And if you recall, no run crew goes on stage to pick them up. So I think Joey's supposed to take the knife as he... I don't know these run tracks. But I think Joey's supposed to take the dagger as he leaves because Angela throws the knife down. And then Thaddeus is supposed to pick up the slipper. There was one night, and I don't remember how, but we actually lost the glass slipper. Now, we had 2 sets, so there was like a spare one that was found, but there was one night where either it didn't get picked up after the scene or got thrown somewhere weird in the scene, but I just remember Juliet coming to me being like, "Where are the spare glass slippers?" And I was like, I don't know. Oh my gosh, what Starkid show is that from? It's a Joey character. Oh, do you know, it's Firebringer, when Emberly's like, spit it out, spit it out. And he's like, woo, woo. That was literally me, because I was like, I don't keep track of the slippers at all during the show. I have no idea where they could be. So that was really scary, and there was a scramble, but it was correctly found. Oh my gosh. Guy got another donation. It's $111 away. Hey, look how close. Guy didn't like musicals. Girl, nobody can see that. Zoom in. Okay, there we go. Oh, that's so exciting. What if it just jumped up right now while we were looking at it? Oh, Willow, thank you so much for donating more, so you get the poster. I painted that poster. Okay, but anyway, Bryce has just come off stage for a very complex costume change. We have to get We had to get Bryce out of the ball gown into another wig and back into her Ella gown. Her Ella dress. And so Bryce, this is how this happens. Bryce, as soon as the slipper's off, Bryce comes off stage to us. And then there's like a little stairway that's just off the stage left portion in the El Portal. So she stands facing makeup, and the makeup artist starts taking off Bryce's makeup. I plant a hand against Bryce's back, and I untie the bow, and then I just start pulling the ribbon out. Like, I don't have time to unlace the lace-up portion of the dress. It's a satin ribbon, so I plant my hand against Bryce, and she braces herself, and I just go until I've pulled the ribbon out enough that we can shimmy the dress down. She steps out of it, and she has like underclothes on and everything, but she steps out of it and into her peasant dress, and she pulls that up. I am like basically kicking the ball gown out of the way to get her into the peasant outfit you'll see in the next scene. Ollie's getting her new wig on. Gabriella's taking off the ball makeup and putting on the Ella peasant makeup. It is a big thing. And so again, we're gonna see a Prince and Thaddeus scene that you're like, why are they still talking? It's so we can get Ella back into her peasant garb. Oh my gosh, it went up again. It went up by $5 more. Oh, this is so exciting. I wanted to hit 500,000 so bad. So during this change, we also have to make sure there is a prop slipper to hand to Ella. And sometimes that's the slipper she kicks off her foot. But after that one night when a slipper got lost, we always had a spare slipper on either side of the stage. So there may have been a night where Ella technically has 2 left slippers that we see on stage. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But the reason why she brings the slipper wrapped in a cloth for the next scene is because she's going to be lying on one of these bookshelves on her back. And it is pretty rough wood and fairly splintery. It's so we can have a big piece of fabric on stage to lie down in between Bryce and the bookshelf to like minimize the risk of splinters. But yeah, so after I have swapped out James and Kurt back into their ball looks, it's my second fastest run to go backstage so I can make it up to stage left. My fastest run is yet to come. Oh, we're so close to the end of the show. We can do it. All right, here we go. I will pause during watch. Oh, do you know what? Since I'm not going to pause until watch, I'm going to tell you about Angela's olive. So Angela's going to have a martini glass with an olive in a little bit. So I had to buy cocktail skewers, and then like I did with Lauren and the cake, I made some time with Angela, and I'm like, what do you like in an olive? What do you hate in an olive? And I know jack shit about olives because I hate them. I do not like to eat them ever. I will pick them off my pizza. I'm not a very picky eater, but there's like just 3 or 4 things that I just don't want to eat those, and olives are one of them. So I remember going to the grocery store to buy the biggest olives I could find so they could read on stage. And I'm like, these are the only olives I'm ever going to buy in my life. I'm glad they're for a good cause. And so since Juliet was really running a lot of props during the show, the way that like Juliet set the cake in the chamber pot, Juliet was the one who would set the olive in the martini glass. And so to set it apart from the martini glass at the ball, because we couldn't have real liquid in the martini glass. It was discussed, and then again with the idea of the glitter in the book at the beginning, worst case scenario is we spill, even if it's just water, worst case scenario, somebody bumps and we spill water on a costume. Not the end of the world, but like if we can avoid it, let's just not have it. So I took the same vivid, oh my gosh. Sorry, Heidi just said that we're so close to 500,000, and I'm so tempted to up my pledge. I think I'm gonna do it. No, I'm not gonna do it. I can't pledge more money than I've pledged. It's hit! It hit! Oh my gosh! Ah! You guys! Wow! Wow! That's so exciting. Do you know what? That's right. We're bringing in the Big Meg camera. We're gonna have this up here twice. Oh my god! Somebody clip that. Girl, focus. Hold it in front of the camera. Look! Ah! Oh, I'm so excited. This is my favorite Starkid show. Okay, I'm so excited we all got to experience this together. And we've got 9 days to go. So Cinderella's castle, I think, ended at 5:23. So I'm hoping this weekend... Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, time to put on my... They haven't asked me to do this. They haven't asked me to promote this. I'm just really excited. So this Saturday is a Divining the Future live stream where Team Starkid is going to be doing some tarot readings from a very special Hatchetfield specific tarot deck designed by Nicole Rodriguez, whose art you've already seen in the Kickstarter. It's incredible. She's made so many amazing cards. And she's in the chat right now. So everybody tune into Starkid's live stream on Saturday when they will be divining the future with the Hatchetfield Tarot deck designed by Nicole. Oh my gosh, so cool. It's going to be so great. Oh my gosh, we did it. I say we. Yeah, do you know what? We did it. A bunch of us donated. I'm so happy. Good job, team. You did it. The guy just doesn't like musicals. He doesn't hate them. He doesn't actively stop people from going. He just doesn't like them. And people treat him like he's weird. And listen, I love musicals. But man, live and let live. Can't believe all of his best friends are so mean to him. We should get back to Cinderella's castle, but this is pretty exciting. Okay, let's turn off Big Megan. Where am I? Cam Large. Let's turn that channel off. Okay. Eggington Toast, thank you for clipping it. So Juliet's track was putting the olive in Angela's glass, and I'm glad Angela likes olive. So I spray painted her martini glass gold. So it came in a 2-pack with the martini glass you saw at the ball. This one I spray painted gold because she did want to act like there was still some drink in it. And that way we just, since it was opaque, we didn't have to see it. Here we go. I'm gonna, hopefully I'll let it play until watch.
My lady, my star, your prince is here. I do enjoy the chase, but the hour grows late and my sack grows heavy. God damn you, Thaddeus, you're supposed to keep an eye on her.
You think I'm happy about this? I want to find her just as much as you do. The guards have scoured the grounds with not a trace of her. Save this.
Oh, yes, that's the sweet stink of my lady's toes. Oh, she's out there, Thaddeus, running around in her bare feet. Oh! I've always been a footman, Thaddeus. You know that. Everyone knows that.
But, sir, perhaps it wasn't meant to be. My prince will just have to content himself with one of these other worthy women.
Worthy? I will have none but her. Find her, damn you.
How? She's a mystery. No one knows her name. I've yet to find a soul who can even recall her face.
Well, I remember her. She was the most beautiful creature I've ever... Strange.
Listen, I know I said I wouldn't pause it until watch, but I forgot to bring up some of the things about the tights. So we had like a full rainbow of tights, and the purple tights that James is wearing here are just slightly more magenta than the darker plum colored tights that Joey wears as Preston. So since I stepped in as wardrobe supervisor pretty close to open of the show, like I was a last minute substitute, it was really hard. I had to memorize all the pieces everyone had for all of their costumes and learn like pretty much like their costume tracks. Although the actors pretty much track their costumes themselves. I just like when I would bring them home and I would like wash them all, I'd wash like all the whites together. And so like the butcher's undershirt looks a lot like the narrator's undershirt, looks a lot like Kurt's townsfolk undershirt. And so it took me a while to like learn the subtleties of like differentiating between them. And it was these two pairs of tights that are just so close in tone where it's like I gotta make sure I'm leaving the right tights. I would come into the dressing room like a Christmas elf before the show and like place all of these different colored tights everywhere. I think Mariah had a gray set and an orange set. Lauren had a pink set. Ella had a green set, and I think maybe a skin-colored set for the ball. Joey had a purple set, and then he had his brown socks, which were my nemesis. The prince had red pleather pants, which were a nightmare to get dry after they were washed because they were pleather, and so they didn't air dry great. I had to air dry them like inside out and then right side out. And then narrator didn't have tights. Sir Hop had green tights. Are you all fascinated by me trying to recall the color of tights that everyone has? And then I think Kim had a couple sets as well. But it was really fun with the Griswold sisters. They would have tights that were the opposite color of their dress. So, do you know what? I'm gonna pull up a photo on my phone of the MacGyver setup I had to have to get the. Sorry, we're going back to big camera Megan, and it's gonna take a lot of scrolling down to get this, but I had to MacGyver up like a mobile of tights because, you know, these couldn't be put in the dryer. These had to hang dry. So the tights were some of the delicates that I would wash the night before for sure because so many of them had to, you know, air dry or hang dry. So I'd set up this really complex mobile of tights in my home and I would set them in front of, I'd set them in front of a fan. Sorry, ring light. So girl, focus. There we go. So I think, man, I don't even know who those brown tights belong to. So there's a number of hangers hanging off of each other from my pull-up bar, and they just have my tower fan trained on them. I know this is not a great picture, but I think you can gather the sheer number of tights that I had. So that was really fun. And then here is the one sets of costumes that I didn't even bother learning whose was whose, and I only relied on pictures, was the band. So I memorized everybody else's clothes, but I just took pictures of each of the band members' clothes because I'm like, I cannot memorize 4 more costumes on top of the rest of this. So that was just my reference for the rest of this. Oh, and I have a picture of an injury. Here's my one prop making injury. I got myself on the finger with my, oh, that's horrible video quality. But there's a blister on my middle finger. I got myself with the hot glue just once. Oh, this was so fun. I have so many. These are all Cinderella's castle pictures I took at rehearsal and like at my house. Maybe someday I'll make an online. Maybe someday I'll make a photo collage. But it is not this day. All right, now we're going to play it through until watch.
I picture her in my mind. I see naught but fire and starlight.
For me as well.
Then this slipper is the only breadcrumb we have. Take it and find the one it fits.
Yes, sir.
After I use it for a bit.
For what, sir?
I told you, my sack is heavy.
I'll ready the wanking couch.
Good man.
Ella's adventures that night had been filled with triumph and tragedy in equal measure. For though the prince was enchanted, she had lost the glass slipper, and thus her connection to the fairy queen's magic. Her garments returned to rags, her guardians to common creatures. With no better course, Ella went home, knowing not the horrors that laid in wait.
Welcome home, Ella.
Oh, stepmother, you frightened me.
Did I? I received a fright myself. Came home from the ball to find you missing from your cot. Now you come in creeping like a thief in the night. Tell me, stepchild, where have you been?
Right where you told me to be. In the woods. Burying the Griswold girls.
It took you all night to dispose of those 2 dead tramps?
The soil was hard and heavy, but I won't bore you with talk of dirt. How was the ball?
No, fruitless, I'm afraid.
Oh, so the prince was not charmed by Putris's wit or Ransilda's famous flatulence. They must feel so heartbroken, and you so defeated.
One battle is not a war, Ella. You do best to remember that. We were routed, yes. Our charming prince was stolen from us by some mysterious maid, both fiery and fair. But alas, she vanished, save a single slipper. Now the prince will wed none but its true owner. The decree was made mere hours ago. Now the search for the barefooted beach is on. Tell me, Ella, where are your shoes?
Oh, well,
Give me that! Yes! I knew it!
Hold it! We smashed your frog friend with his big fucking rock!
Sir Hopalot!
He gave the guards quite a fight, till the spell that empowered him came undone, which I suppose happened the precise moment I tore this shoe off your foot. What magic be this? Light! How dare you bring light into my hole! You will die!
Well, go ahead.
Kill me.
But you said it yourself. The prince will wed none but the slipper's true owner. It is a magic slipper crafted from starlight. For me and only me. It will burn any foot but my own. And if I die, the prince will seek me out forever. And that is my sweet dream. To destroy you and all of your designs. And I did it. I won. Me!
Are you done, imbecile? I don't suppose where you got these from, but I've been weaving spells since before the first brick was laid on your house. Magic is my ally, not yours. It is cruel and exacting. You say the slippers will fit your feet alone, well, that suits me just fine. Hold her down, daughters.
Goodbye, little frog. I'm gonna swallow you whole.
Oh, Hopalite! No! Fairy Queen! Mother! Father!
Keep her still!
Help me!
My God, you're so lucky for me to appear in your life. You were itching for a thrill, something to catch your eye. When your father moved on, so easy to win his heart. He was a bit unlucky, and unlucky has a cost.
Hey, that bone saw is made entirely out of cardboard. Remember, no metal, no glass. So that is layer upon layer of really thin cardboard. And it took me about a week to finish because every day I'd glue a new layer of cardboard on and I'd press it. Like I'd put weights and stuff on top of it. So that's maybe like 3 or 4 layers of cardboard like glued together really solidly. And then the handle is a combination of EVA foam with a cardboard core to it so it would be stiff. And then I painted the whole thing bright silver with the same chrome spray paint that I used for the swords. And then I just mixed paint and I painted on the rust. To keep all of the props kind of like within the same color family to make them feel in the same world. All of the painting was done with the same red and blue and like this ochre yellow. And then I had white and black. So I just used those 5 color of paints and then I would just mix color. I would color mix everything from those 5 paints instead of like buying every single paint color that I needed. With the one exception of I did buy very specific colors when I had to paint the prop that had to match James, but we will talk about that one when we get to it. That one is the prop that has the most effort and the most screen time, so I'm very proud of how that one turned out. But in a second, we're gonna see another prop that Angela's gonna be holding, made entirely out of cardboard and just batting. So the foot, which I don't want to talk through the foot, I just want us to see it. The foot, I made basically a foot skeleton out of cardboard. And if you held it by the leg and shook it, there's ankle action in it. So like the foot itself wobbles. And then I got like 3 pairs of tights that matched Bryce's skin tone. And I just put layers and layers of tights on it. And then I stuffed it where the musculature would be. So I built cardboard bones, stuffed the musculature, covered it in tights that matched Bryce's skin tone, and then covered it with an extra copy of the green woven tights that she was wearing. And then the top is air dry foam that I sculpted basically the cross section of the slice and then painted to look like blood and bone. So I'm very proud of the props in this scene. I think they turned out great.
Want you to watch what happens. Don't ever forget. It takes the finest of incisions to cut a human from the flesh. I want you to watch what I'm doing. The gore is half the thrill. The searing pain within you won't go away until you watch.
By the grace of the night and gods of the fire.
Shut up! No.
Fuck you, Ella!
I want you to watch.
This little piggy went to market!
I want you to watch.
And this little piggy went home!
Fuck you. I want you to watch.
This little piggy had roast beef! And this little piggy had none!
I want you to watch.
Yes, Ella! This is where you and your kind belong! Underfoot! Touch me, my needle and thread! Your dress requires altering! I want you to watch till it's over. Better catch a glimpse of the dying light.
See to believe it, baby.
Pain will come before pleasure, and the pleasure will be mine. I want you to watch while you suffer. Your screws are a fait accompli. But don't despair, dear daughter. Your life as long as you see. Just watch. Just watch. Oh, shh. Fade away, darling daughter, like your father before you. And at last, the final cinder of the House of Ashmore smothers and dies in my hand.
And then, it pains me to say, poor dear Ella died.
This show is gruesome, and I really like it because, I mean, we have Justine and Lucy shot, filleted. We see their bodies, we see their skin suits, and then we have the stuff that happens to both Bryce's character and James's character. And I had never done any kind of horror props like this before. Like, I'm sort of like a sparkles, magic, fairies kind of props person, and you guys, I don't know what's happened in like the last 3 years, but ever since I got into the Magnus archives, I'm like, horror's great. I love drawing scary stuff. I love making scary stuff. And I got to do I think a really fun split between like whimsical and terrible things for this show. I love it. Thanks, Matt and Nick.
Excuse me?
Do you have a question, Master Dwarf?
Yes! Fuck you!
Fuck me, why?
What? You killed Cinderella! In Cinderella's castle!
I didn't kill her, the wicked stepmother did!
No, I quit. No more woodblock for you.
Rackweed.
No, don't talk to me. I'm in the audience now. Finish your sad bullshit story.
Fine, I will.
Good! And don't even try to win me back.
I won't.
Good.
Good. Oh, he'll be fine. And so the wicked stepmother spun her spells as she stitched Ella's stolen feet to one of her daughter's vile skin suits. Now none remained to bar the trolls from claiming both crown and castle.
Just as I thought. Another pretender. Take it off. You're not her.
Ow!
Careful! I warned you when you volunteered. The slippers themselves weed out any tricksters.
It's black magic. Those shoes belong to a witch.
Bite your tongue, you lying wench. She's blessed, not cursed. And this slipper will guide me to her. Sit in the next one.
Man, it's not fair. Why does Putrus get to marry the twins?
Because your labor pained me, and I swore till that day I'd pay you back, so... The time has come.
That'll teach you.
Oh, don't be so smug. Your time will come soon enough.
Well, if it isn't the Lady's Ashmore. You're the 100th woman who has come forward claiming to be the owner of this slipper. Now, I can't recall what she looked like, but I know she was kindly and well spoken.
So what the fuck are you implying?
I was merely going to warn against deception. But go ahead, try it on.
Give me that.
Oh, fits like a glove. It's a shoe, stupid. It's an expression, dumbass.
No. I don't believe it.
Then believe this! We have its double, see? She is the mystery girl! All bow before Future's Ashmore! Your new queen! Now take us to the prince!
La 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 la. Watch till it's over. Better catch a glimpse of your blushing bride. I want you good in this while you suffer. Better catch a glimpse of the dying light. I look good in this, just watch.
The ceremony was arranged with great haste, and as the sun set on that very day, a grand audience gathered in the throne room for a wedding that would not soon be forgotten.
Lords and ladies, knights and nobles, we gather beneath the sight of the 9 good gods to unite in holy matrimony our beloved prince and his mystery woman. A mystery no longer. Lady Putress of House Ashmore. The prince has prepared his own vows. Yes.
James actually did prepare his own vows, and he wrote this prop. And all I had to do is at the beginning of each night, my pre-show checklist, I would just be like, James, do you have your vows? And he would say yes, and he had them every night. So there you go. He actually, I'm pretty sure he wrote the whole couplet down there.
Abreast and abreast upon thy chest, unclasp the button of thy vest. Let me see them tumble free. Let me squeeze them. Lucky me.
You're also going to see here, he's got the gold undershirt with like the fancy frilly cuffs because, you know, it's his wedding. He's dressing up a little bit.
And that's it.
That was the most beautiful thing anybody's ever said to me.
Oh, good.
Eat your heart out, Ransilda!
Yes, and by the will of the faith and the crown, I declare thee husband and wife. You may kiss your queen.
Oh, come here!
My lady, I ask that you kindly stay seated. My lady!
Is something funny? Am I missing something funny?
Oh, yes, you all are! If one of you came wearing our hide, we'd sniff you out in an instant. But the manfolk have always been blinded by the soft and supple flesh. You invited us in and crowned one of us queen. And what a lovely ceremony it was. But now, it's time for the wedding feast. Yes, all of you, lords and ladies. Come, daughters, throw off your garters. It's time to cut the cake.
So it took, this is the one time in the show that I think all 3 have to quick change into the trolls at once. There's something pretty similar in Act 1, but not like at this sort of timing. So I'm actually helping Angela get into her troll suit, and it's the only troll suit that I help out with during the show because it's just where I'm positioned at this point. And one night I missed it. I could not get the buckle around because the troll suits are backpacks with a buckle in the front. So I was helping her get in it, and I just threw the sleeves and the things. I couldn't get it buckled ahead. So there was one night where Angela comes out and nothing bad happened, like no accident happened, but I'm sorry, Angela. I'm sure that was so stressful for you to have your puppet on without it firmly secured, but you guys should know that every other night I got it done perfectly. Damn, when I put up the final video of this, I'm just gonna have to be like, every time Megan messed up during Cinderella's castle.
The creatures of darkness cast off their disguises. A great clamor arose. The throne room shook with shrieks of terror as the three trolls burst free from their fleshy raiments, grinning and ghastly.
What's the matter, my prince? Don't you want to carry your bride across the threshold?
Kiss me, lover boy!
Okay, I'm actually not gonna stop on a frame of the head because I don't want to talk over James's decapitated head. So we'll look at Matt's cool puppet instead. But you can go back and look at it yourself. So the thing about this decapitated head prop is, I mean, obviously it has to look like James. It has to be like James. But it needed to be made out of a material that could be thrown, that could hit the stage, and could be thrown multiple times. So it is I got like a hairdresser's mannequin, and then I sculpted James's face out of clay. As you know, he was really great. He posed for like a lot of pictures. I don't think it's like a perfect resemblance because I sculpted it over a different mannequin head, and then I had to peel the clay off in order to bake it because I'm not an idiot. I'm not going to put a plastic mannequin head in my oven to bake the clay. But so I sculpted his face out of Sculpey, which bakes in the oven, and then I took that horrible mask and I cast that in silicone. So I now have a reverse silicone sculpture of the face. And then I had a thermoplastic, which is just like these little white plastic beads that when you put them in hot water, they melt and they become like really hot melted plastic for a while. And so I put that into the silicone mold and then pressed the mannequin head into it, and the molten plastic fused to the face of the plastic mannequin. The hair, I like custom cut and styled each of his curls to fit the hairstyle that he wears in the show. And those are all mostly pinned in with straight pins. So if you could see the inside of that mannequin head, it would just be full of pins from where I've like hand styled each curl and then pinned it down. And then the texture for the beard, so I painted like the shadow of his beard, but then I also took more of the synthetic hair that I used for this, and I just trimmed up a bunch of it. So I just had a bunch of like little tiny hairs, and I mixed that with glue. And after I painted his skin, I took this mixture that was just glue and hair, and I just painted the beard on. And so when the glue dried clear, he had, pretty convincing, I felt, facial hair. And then similar to the capper for the decapitated leg, I used air-dried clay to fill in the neck. And then this was the prop that I took home after night one and repainted because I'm like, I didn't color match that quite right. But I gotta say the most stressful part of filming week was trying, and we'll just look at it for a second, but it's trying to get the shot where the head lands. Because as you can see, this is a couple different cuts. So during filming, Nick was the one who was doing it, was just throwing the head on the ground over and over and over, trying to get a shot where, you see, I even I carved in where the esophagus was. So there's even like a hole in the head. And that's a duplicate of the crown that James was wearing. But just throwing the head over and over and over and over trying to get this shot. Oh yeah, and then I also did I did some fake skin around the neck as well. So anyway, you can see the hair here is starting to come out of its style, because this shot was gotten during the pro shot of it, and it's if there was footage of the whole stage, you would see here's Nick, Here's the camera guy. Here's the whole cast and crew ringed around as we're watching Nick trying to get this shot, trying to get the head to tilt the right way. And then just outside the circle is me. And like every time Nick throws the head, I couldn't stop myself. I just kept taking like another step forward and another step forward. Because like I built the thing to be thrown around. But watching this prop that I've spent the most time and money on out of all of the props, watching it just get thrown on the stage. And Eggington Toast, yes, during the digital ticket, the head lands perfectly facing the audience. It was a miracle. Okay, remember when I said that there was that day where during the Saturday matinee, I got like the day when it was off for a bad start for me because like the laundry wasn't dry and like a lot of things went wrong during that first Saturday matinee. Like there was a puppet malfunction and there was like some line stuff. And you know what? I would bet you money that's the day we lost the slipper. Like the first Saturday morning matinee, just a lot of little things went wrong and it just kind of left everybody a little down. But Nick, really great director. In between the two shows, he had cast and crew up on stage and he gave us like this really great speech about, listen, that's over, that's done, let it go. He asked all of us to not have lunch at the theater. He's like, just go somewhere else for lunch and then we'll just tackle the evening show totally fresh. And you know what? The evening show went so well. I'm like 90% certain that's the version we used for the digital ticket. That like everything that went wrong that morning, it was like everybody used up all their mistakes in one go. And then that second performance, I believe, ended up being the one doing the digital ticket. But yeah, it was very scary because like if this head broke, I wouldn't have had... I would have been able to fix it because that thermoplastic... Oh yeah, another reason why I chose this thermoplastic. I actually tried several different materials for the face. I tried an air dry clay. I thought about doing a full face, like an actual face cast silicone of James. But since I've never done any sort of cast in silicone, I wasn't going to risk my first try being on a person that wasn't me. Like if I was making a head of myself, I absolutely, slathered me in the stuff, put straws up my nose. I would have made like a face cast of me, but I didn't want to ask that of James. I'm like, I will just sculpt it. So it's like, it's me at my, imagine me on my couch. And then I have the pictures that I've taken of James. And I also have like several shots of him during Black Friday up. So I've got all these different angles. It was really fun to do. And I definitely, do you know what? I definitely have the sculpt I did of his face still. Decided I was going to keep it just long enough to show, because it does creep me out. It's been shut away in a drawer for a while. I'm just going to set play on this and let you guys know that right now in the show, I'm downstairs helping Bryce into this final costume change. But I think that's it for props I had to make. So we're going to let the rest of the show play out, and I'm going to go get that creepy mask and show you guys.
His head off just like you and Dad! How romantic!
Yes! Squeal, lords and ladies, like the livestock you are! For this isn't a throne room, but a slaughterhouse! Let the halls run red with rivers of man blood as I flay each and every one of you, and then the trolls will answer my carrion call. They will rise from their bogs and bridges, they will return to your keeps, garbed in your skins to rule in your place. We will bring fear and famine to your lands, and then at last the sun will set on the race of man.
You've mistaken the twilight for the dawn, vile thing. I've returned from the realm of death, bearing tidings of doom.
How?
You said it yourself. Magic is cruel and exacting, and this magic is my ally.
You took my feet, but when they returned to the slippers, the spell was restored. The spell twisting fate to see my sweet dreams come true. And I rose from the ashes, radiant and terrible, to rain down such a vengeance upon thee.
What do you think you could do to us, human?
First, I call my knight.
Mom? I don't feel so good.
You're beaten. You called, my lady, and I am at your service.
Putrid!
Don't worry, Rensilda. You'll see her in hell.
No! Mercy, sweet sister!
Get up! Trolls don't beg for mercy!
Mom, I don't want to live your dream anymore, Mom! I like riddles and eat goats! I'm going back to the bridge!
Fear not, my lady. She shan't get far. Where is my squire? Come, Crumb! Trolls are afoot, and my blade be thirsty!
And now for you.
No! You can't win, bitch!
You've forgotten your station, beast? You crept from the shadows, an imposter in the land of light. Well, let me remind you who is master here. Let me reacquaint you, stepmother, with your fear. Behold, these trappings of starlight!
No! What is that?
The most beautiful light in the eternal dark. Where all things return and all things will start. The living ember of the flame of life. Behold my starlight, earth and ash and dust to dust, and it all returns to whence it's from. Hopes are dashed and dashed, and your schemes are lost as the gods restore the rightful throne. Behold my starlight now.
That wicked troll had evaded the sunrise for eons, shielding herself with the skin of maize. But no longer, for Ella had delivered her the dawn she had dared forget. The troll roared, and hardened, and at last turned to stone. Ella had saved the kingdom.
All right, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to show you guys the heads and the masks, and then we're going to play this through to the end, and the stream will be over. Thank you, those of you who stayed as long as you did. For those of you who are watching the video on demand later, thank you. I really appreciate you all tuning in for this, and I'm so excited to watch the guy who didn't like musicals. That was really exciting that they hit that benchmark while we were on stream. But I'm going to put the large camera up again. Sorry for the low quality. It's just, do you know what? It's fine. So this is the sculpture that I made of James's face, and I'm going to turn off my ring light. Okay, that's even scarier. This is worse, okay? You get how this is worse. You get how this is worse. There's some things that I would change about this if I would do it again. Like I said, when I had to peel it off the mannequin, it kind of like widened out. So I do think I lost a lot of the likeness here. I'm sorry, this is so creepy. I only kept this long enough so I could show you guys. I will probably destroy it after this because it's so scary. But the reason why there is a glue stick here is I built a box out of acrylic sheets and I sealed it shut with hot glue. So I laid this face down in there and I just needed this to keep it off the bottom. I also planted a couple here and like one on the chin, and then I filled it up full of silicone to make a reverse. And then So I got a cast of this. I got a cast of this sculpture. And like I said, you know, I tried a couple different materials. One of them was this air dry clay. Unfortunately, you can see, I'm sorry, this is so scary. The air dry clay had a lot of air pockets in it. So like this texture like really wasn't going to work at all. And that's how I ended up using the thermoplastic. But because I wanted to plant the Willow Wickertop says destroy it how? I don't know, I'm thinking I'll like crush it up. Maybe I'll just throw it away to spook somebody else out. How did I end up? I also have the face of the mannequin in silicone. And I'm trying to remember how that would have happened. I think what it was is I filled... Oh, I know what it was. So when I filled this up with silicone, it some of it came in the mouth. Okay, damn. How is this stream... I'm getting spooked out. How is this stream getting even scarier? But when he was filled up with silicone, I... how do I have a positive of the mannequin face? This would have made a negative of the mannequin face. I don't remember how I ended up with a silicone positive of the mannequin face. It's got the hole for the hot glue in it. What? Well, do you know what? It was almost a year ago, so who cares? I do not think I'm going to give it to James. I think it would be weird to give an actor a death mask of their face. He may think it's cool. He may think it's weird. James, if you ever watch this, let me know if that would have been cool or weird. But okay, here's going to be one last look at this sculpture, which had like the face of a mannequin in it. There you go. So now I can remove these haunted items from my house. I'm actually going to leave my ring light off for the rest. I think this looks nice. All right, but let's finish out the show. I will say the last thing on my run track is there's going to be a portion where Joey is ragweed for a half second. He then runs off stage and I help him take ragweed off so he can go back as Crumb one final time. So I just have one more puppet change and then I have made it. I've survived to the end of Cinderella's castle. And we're going to watch the credits long enough to see my name in the credits, but the credits are 10 minutes long because of all the Kickstarter backers. So thank you all so much. I can't wait to see how long the Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals credits are. But yeah, hey, let's finish this show.
And the gathered nobles from lands near and far showered her with gratitude. But alas, the praise would not return what the trolls had taken. Ella went home to a ruined house, to that clearing in the woods, to pay her respects to two dear girls departed too soon.
I know you're hurting. Oh, I'm hurting too. You can't see my fury. But I'm furious for you. My gifts seem small, but I give it all.
Justine, Lucy, vengeance is ours. You can rest now in the greener fields beyond.
So, the girl who charmed a kingdom was Ella Ashmore all along. That soggy creature we found by the riverbed. I was a fool to doubt your worth then.
You are no fool, Thaddeus. You are a good servant.
He's in her color.
A good man. If only you had better masters.
Yes. Speaking of which, I come bearing grim news. The old king at last is dead. He had been ailing for some time. Perhaps his grief did him in. His only son killed, his line at an end. Perhaps he smothered himself with that pillow. Who knows? I wasn't there.
Well, I am sorry to hear it.
Yes, well, the prince has no living relatives, so the throne must now pass to those of the Queen's house.
Queen?
Queen Putris Ashmore.
That wedding counted?
Of course. Why wouldn't it?
So the crown passes to...
Her sister by law. You, my queen. In trappings of starlight, all of the people will get back together now. Sunset and sunrise, fearsome and regal, ashes belie a crown.
'Cause my love will be fierce, and your love will be missed.
I know you're worthy, for what we've been through. An unforgiving journey, but we've arrived at the truth.
My gift seems small, but I give it all.
My queen.
My sword.
In trappings of starlight, all of the people will get back together now. Yeah. Oh, magic at midnight, gracious and lethal, lifting the heavy crown. And soon enough you'll know it, 'cause my love will be fierce, and your love will be missed. Get back together now. Get together now. Magic and midnight, gracious and lethal, lifting the heavy crown. Gonna lift you up. My love will be fierce, and your love will be missed.
And so, Ella's noble house rose from the ashes. You see, Master Dwarf, the night is darkest just before the dawn. What do you think of the story now?
Well, could have used more woodblock if you ask me. Right? Yeah, you get it. You get it.
Very true. So
Run to me, Joey. Run!
Our dear Ella was a fine queen, feared by the wicked, loved by the true. For she rewarded those with loyal hearts, and none were so loyal as her green and good friend.
Sir Hopalot, step forward.
You are my most gallant knight, and yet you have not a lily pad to your name. This will change. I shall grant thee the title of Lord and gift thee all the lands of the marsh and swamp. My masons shall raise you a keep, and there you and your forebearers shall reign from now until forever after.
But, milady, I am your sword, your shield. Who will defend you in my stead?
There is one, small but true, if you deem him worthy.
Huh? Me?
He is impetuous and hot-headed, but he has learned all he can from this old frog. Kneel, Crumb. And arise, Sir Crumb.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. My sword and my heart are yours, milady.
Such honor! I taught him everything he knows.
Go forth, Lord Hopalot. Claim your lands. Sire many tadpoles.
Evil was vanquished. Vengeance was won. And our story ends where all stories do.
Let's go.
Through a sacred passageway where shadows dance and play. You're guided by wonder. You're guided by wonder. In the realm of fantasy, it's sort of a factory for stories that shudder and the kingdom that loves her. Let's go! There's a castle on a hill, as the story goes. Watches us from its royal tower, and the queen has found her home across the moat. And far before the goddess, a monarch fierce and wise. Will her highness grace our eyes? I need to know. Will I ever know? Will I ever know? Will I ever know? Will I ever know? The queen!
The queen is coming out!
There's a castle on a hill as the story goes, and it watches over us from across the moat. Look upon its structure, yeah. There are heroes in the walls. Honey cost are all they called, and now you know. And now you know. Let's go.
Final shot with the understudies. All right, we'll just turn the volume down for a little bit. I forgot to tell you guys about the last quick change I do in the show. Is that when the stepmother dies? Yay, Nick! Yay, Nick and Matt! Yay, Jeff! I can't do that for all the credits. But when the too loud. When the stepmother dies, Angela comes off stage so I can help her help her get out of her stepmother costume. She changes into most of her villager by herself, but help her get out of the stepmother costume. All right, there I am. There's me, number 1. I believe I'm in the credits 5 times. So there we go. Yeah, do you guys love my spooky bisexual lighting that we've got going on here? Alana did incredible sound mixing live, which was great. And I don't think I shouted out Carly Bones, the intimacy director, at all, but she also did a fantastic job. Yeah. Salem Mitchell was also the spotlight operator, especially for the moment where oh look, there I am, run crew, there I am in the credits a second time. Wardrobe supervisor, there I am, number 3. Salem was the one who got the amazing spotlight moment on and there I am, time number 4 on the merchandise team. Megan, finish a thought. Oh my gosh. Whatever, you guys know what I was trying to say, I'm sure. I actually don't even remember at this point. Good job behind the scenes filming by Kurt. And then I think oh no, here I am. Here's my 5th spot in the credits. Crumb's cape and Sir Hopalot's armor, created by Meg Lloyd. So yeah, thank you so much to everyone who came to tonight's stream. We are not going to watch all 10 minutes of Kickstarter supporter credits. I am so sorry, but I've been going for 5 hours because I love to yap, but I didn't want to yap over the show. So thank you everyone for coming to this extended edition behind the scenes of just specifically my run track for Cinderella's Castle. Like I said before, this was just part of my experience on the show. So like I had 6 weeks to make the puppets and then 2 weeks on the show itself. So this was like everything I did in my life for like 2.5, 3 months. And here's some of the art by Nicole, by Schnickles. Spread through the credits. Oh, one more thing you guys might find interesting. If you guys know the really beautiful poster for Cinderella's Castle, if you're like, that doesn't look like the costumes from the show, that doesn't look like the props and the puppets from the show, it's because the poster was made before the rest of us got started. So like, yeah, the reason why Crumb's costume doesn't look like Crumb on the poster is Crumb wasn't even designed when the poster got made. The artist for the poster did it several months before the rest of us started working on our assignment. So if you're ever looking at it and you're like, why doesn't that look like Ella in the show? It's because he created like his own labyrinth inspired take for it. Oh my gosh, there's another piece of Schnickles art. Trainwreck, good luck with your callback. Now that I have a Twitch overlay, now that I'm a responsible adult who, after 5 years of streaming, finally invested in a Twitch overlay. Oh wait, no. Why did I turn chat off? There we go. Maybe I can now stream. I'll be motivated to stream more regularly. Willow Wickertop says the overlay looks so cute. Thank you. I bought it off of Etsy. I thought it was really perfect for the subject matter. I had such a great time streaming with you all tonight. I am going to do a faster bow out than I did for a lead in. I will highlight this on Twitch so you can come back and watch it later, and eventually I will download it and I will get it all up to YouTube. Thank you everyone who supported the Guy Who Didn't Like Musicals Kickstarter. I'm really looking forward to see what happens with that show, and I am so grateful, after having been a fan of Starkid for over a decade, that I had the opportunity to creatively contribute to one of their shows, and I was just so delighted to be on the props team and run crew for Cinderella's Castle. Everyone was so lovely to work with. Like, even when I know I feel like this was like the stream of my many mistakes, but everyone was really gracious when I did mess up, and was very encouraging when I got everything right. There were many nights where I got everything perfectly right. All right, especially that second week. So yeah, I hope to do more live theater, and I hope I get to work with Starkid more in the future. Thank you everyone for coming to this stream. I'm going to peace out and go directly to bed, but I hope the rest of you have a great night. So, let's see if I can put my fancy. Nope. Man. Yes. No? Yes. It's too small. I didn't resize it before the stream. Here, we'll close things out with this beautiful animated background that I forgot to loop. Oh well. Do you know what? Close enough. Good night, everyone.